G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything. Got some DayZ today. Gonna be going out into the wild and having a look to see if we can find some food for our bubbles. G'day Dino Man, how you going, man? How's your dad? How's your family going? Major Dino Man. Okay, we've got to dry off. G'day Keith, how you going, man? Family's good, haven't seen Dad today, and I'm exhausted as hell. How you doing? Yeah, doing alright. Doing alright. Yesterday was a bit hectic for us, but it's all good today. Now, did I have food? No, I didn't have any food. Finished for the holidays? Oh, awesome, man. Yeah, I'm done for the holidays, I suppose one could say. God damn it. Awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're happy. Yeah, but you gotta take your happiness where you can these days. You gotta get it where you can. If it might not sound like much to someone, having a holiday from work for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or whatever. Might not sound like much, but it actually is. Oh, we need to find some food. Yeah, no worries there, Keith. I got a premiere tonight of a game called Into the Deep 2. I have put some of it on my channel before, but I had to restart the game. Well, that's alright. It's actually a fun game. Why do I keep getting these Big Bang TikTok challenge things popping up on my goddamn fucking recommendation? If I wanted to see that fucking type of shit, I'd just fucking watch it. Mm-hmm. La da da. I was watching this art video last night. It was pretty good. The artist was talking about being in art school and that, and how she had to do a group project. She had to do a group project, and what was it? A group project, and she was the only one that actually done all her assignment. And when the other people came back, said they needed time to finish theirs off, they wanted to present last, and came back. Sorry, I had a mouth of my drink. And they came back and they started doing her talking points. And then she emailed her professor or whatever, or her teacher or whatever, and the teacher said, "Oh, we're not going to have that. We'll have them. They're going to do that. We'll make them all separate and all that sort of stuff." And then it got me thinking. Honestly, it got me thinking, and I thought to myself, I've never, ever looked at a person's credentials on if they know how to do art. I thought about it, and I thought, art school. I started thinking to myself, art school's like one of the stupidest courses there can be. One of the stupidest courses there could be. I gotta see if it's getting nighttime or daytime. I think it's getting nighttime. Yeah, it got me thinking that art school would have to be one of the dumbest courses there is at art school. It's just like, I don't know, something about it. There's something about the way she spoke of the art course made me go, her art course made me go, that's stupid. Why are you even paying someone to teach you art? Now, I get it. Some people might want to learn how to draw. Okay, I get it. But the thing she was talking about made it seem that the assignment she had to do was on previous artist. And I've never understood. It got me thinking that I've never actually understood at all what it means to have an art degree. I don't. I don't understand it. I don't understand what an art degree does. I wouldn't mind talking to someone who's actually got an art degree so I can ask them, you know. And the only question I have that really bugs me about it is, why they give a shit that you learn how to do shit the way other people did it? Like, I don't get it. It's maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just an idiot. This is probably true. This is definitely true. Ain't no probably about it. I'm kind of an idiot. So, you know, I'm not. I don't know everything. I'm being honest. I don't even really know the stuff I know, if I know it or not. I mean, I don't even know if I'm really here. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm a figment of someone else's imagination. Checking the trees to see if there's any apples. Nope. Fuck it. Let's just keep going. But anyway, as I was saying, art school. I don't get it. This subject matter is not going to be about art school in general. It's going to be about education and why we are educated on certain things and not educated on other things, and why do we pay for education? Why do we pay to be taught about art? I don't understand it. To me, it doesn't make sense. Oh, we can all agree that if you're successful as a surgeon, what do you need to be successful as a surgeon? You remove the problem, sew the person back up, and they live. There you go. That makes you successful as a surgeon. What makes you successful as an artist? You do some artwork and someone goes, wow, I like that, and they buy it off you. That's what makes you successful as an artist. Ah, maybe here. Oh, for fuck's sake. When you go to jump and it goes, no, thank you. And you're like, just a little jump. It's like, no, thank you. Like, come on, give me a little jump. No, thank you. All right. So when it comes to education, we learn about certain things as we grow up. We learn about things like language. We learn how to speak. We learn how to do maths. We learn how to read. We learn how to write letters and words. We learn what sounds are. Ch, ok, you know, sh, all these sorts of sounds we learn on how words go together. We learn this sort of stuff as a child growing up. And these are all fundamental things. And anything you learn in college or university or in an extracurricular activity outside of those basic things are not really considered essential. They're optional. Hence the reason why you don't get forced to learn it. We should. We should be forced to learn about all subjects. But we don't. We say to people that they get to a certain age and they can decide what they want to learn. Well, the crazy thing is we don't need to on certain things. There are certain classes that don't need to exist. Okay, so when this lady was talking about her art course, she was talking about an assignment she had to do, and she made it sound like it was an assignment about old artists. And I just did not understand that. That was the part that lost me in her story, is because why do I give a shit? Why would I want to learn how to paint exactly the same as Van Gogh, or fucking Jackson Pollock, or Picasso? Why would I want to learn how to paint like Leonardo da Vinci or fucking Michelangelo? Why would I want to learn how to paint like them? They had their own painting styles. They had a painting style. It was their painting style, not mine. If you learn someone else's painting style, don't you take away the opportunity to learn your own painting style? You can have your own style of art. Go to art school, and before too long, you've lost it. You've lost your own identity as an artist because you went to a school and had someone tell you this is how you're supposed to do it. And how'd they do that? What'd they come up with? Well, they come up with the idea this is good art, and it's stupid because it's not always good art. But they'll go, this is art, and we learned about art from these people because of their art they did years ago. Oh, yeah? What fucking art school did they go to? Oh, that's right, they didn't. You're learning about a subject matter from people who didn't, someone is teaching you about a subject matter that's art. Art is universal. Art is one of those things you don't need a fucking art degree for. You don't need an art degree to learn how to do art. You do art. You just do. That's art. And either someone will like it or someone won't. I can tell you right now, half the fucking Jackson Pollock and Picasso shit, I fucking think shit. I don't like it. Not for me. There are plenty of people out there that are tattoo artists, very good tattoo artists, and never spent a day in an art school. They just know how to see a picture in their mind and draw it down. I mean, how hard's that? Man, it's going to be hard for some people. You want to learn how to draw a cartoon character. That's fine. I've fallen for it before, thinking I'm going to need an art degree to be able to do something. And I applied, and I applied around the world to see where I could get in. And the one place that did accept me to do drawing and learn how to do drawings and stuff like that was UCLA. And I couldn't get to America. I had a young family at the time. We were just starting out, our family, and I could not travel to America just to I couldn't do it. It was just like one of those things. You got to make a choice in life, and sometimes some choices not in the right position to make at that moment. I'm in a position now where if I was offered the same opportunity, I'd be able to go, yeah, no worries. But I don't have all the stuff needed. And I wouldn't do it anyway because since then, I've realised it was stupid. It was a stupid idea. I can already draw. I was going to go there just to have them tell me, give me a certificate saying, yeah, he can draw. Yeah, everybody can see that by the fact that they just look at my drawings and they go, yeah, he can draw. Cartoon style, he can draw. If someone looks at any of my drawings of medieval scenes and stuff like that, they'll go, this cunt don't know how to draw. Because that'd be right. That's too advanced for me. But I could if I wanted to. I just got to put some extra time in. And it got me thinking. So it got me thinking about education. And it got me thinking, what other forms of education are there out there Are there out there? Is that even a proper sentence? Anyway, what other education platforms or educational classes are out there that really don't need to be out there, or basically said, well, the people that invented this system didn't have schooling and didn't have education, but you need it. They were able to understand it without the education and be able to pull it off without the education, but you're going to need it. I don't think they get it. Sometimes some people are just geniuses. And that's what we do. We as a society go, wow, that person was smart, intelligent. They did something really good. Therefore, we need to teach people to do it that way. Okay, that is fine. That is 100% fine if you're launching a rocket. Everybody's been doing rockets that way? Yep. And it works? Yep. The science is sound? Yep. All right, let's stick with that. Teach that. It works. But art is one of those things I don't understand. You want to teach someone music? Yes, music has a flow. But even still, again, you can't teach someone, like when people go, oh, I'm taking a songwriting course. It's like, do you think any of the fucking artists out there took songwriting courses? And how many of those half the people that take songwriting courses probably don't even write songs. Or probably write whatever they wrote beforehand that gave them the idea that they need to do a course. It's just to get some sort of validation. That's all it is. It's to get people going, hey, I did this skill. I got this skill. I can do this. Can someone just check it off on a box and give me a label and tell me on a piece of paper that I'm a good boy? And it's like, to me, I just don't get it. I'd like to understand it, but I just don't understand it. And I don't think I ever will, because it doesn't make sense to me. I get it. There were people once upon a time doing science experiments and they weren't even considered legit scientists. No. But at the same time, most of them didn't consider themselves doing science experiments. They just considered themselves doing experiments, and they didn't realise that they needed to have a teacher to tell them that they could do this. We live in a world where some people seem to think a piece of paper is something valuable. A piece of paper with something written on it that says you can do something, that it actually means something. And, you know, to some degree it does. Because we've gotten to a society of people that go, well, I'm going to need to, you know, check your credentials or check your paperwork and make sure you're actually good at this particular job or not. And it's like, well, I see it being something that works for certain businesses, but I just can't wrap my head around why I need to. If I'm getting some graffiti work done, like let's say I decide that I want to paint my room completely and utterly black, put an advertisement in the paper to have a graffiti artist come through and spray paint fluorescent colours and space pictures all over my walls. So when I turn the purple lights on, I look like I'm in space. Now, let's say I want to do that. I have seen a room done like that before. A friend of ours, their parents had a big, massive games room with pool table and all that. Their whole house was done like that, the games room. It was awesome. What kind of a wanker would I be if I said to some graffiti artist, do you have an art degree? No, I'll be saying, hey man, do you have any photos of your work? The art degree is honestly not going to tell me if they're going to be able to do what I want them to do. Their work, photos of their work will be able to tell me if they can do what I need them to do. If that's their work, and they show me a photo of their work and it's generally theirs, then that'll tell me whether they can do the job I need them to do. The art degree will not. And a photo will not tell me. I can see a photo. What am I going to do? Look at a really good photo of some artwork and go, wow, that's really good artwork. That's really, really nice. Can I see your art degree? You don't have one? Oh, well, then your art's shit. You don't have proof you're a good artist. I can see that you're a good artist, but you don't have proof. You didn't get an art degree. Now, I know an art degree is a lot more than just being able to paint, draw, and stuff like that. It's about understanding art as well. And that I don't get why anyone needs a certificate for. G'day, Fierce, how you going? I don't understand why anybody would need a certificate to say they understand art when art is subjective. It's not. There's not one piece of art that every single person loves, hands down. Because you can sit there and say, oh, everybody I know loves this piece of work. Yeah, but you don't know everybody. So therefore, you only know the people around you like it. And when you find someone who doesn't like it, will you and your friends jump up and go, well, he's wrong, he doesn't know what he's talking about? No, he does. If someone doesn't like this piece of art, they are right. And if someone loves this piece of art, they are right, because art is in the eye of the beholder. So I don't understand art degrees. It's one of the forms of education I don't understand. Like, I get that learning about the history of art, Renaissance and all that sort of stuff, I totally get that. I learned about all that sort of stuff when I was in school myself. But I don't understand why people, after primary school and high school, why people go, I'm going to... How many jobs is there going in an art museum? Is that a big marketplace? Is that a marketplace that's not being filled? Is that like a job? Is there like a job networks out there going, we're looking for people to work in an art museum, but we can't find anybody. We need to get some more art degrees. Like, I don't get it. An art degree. I would want to see, if I owned a museum and I had paintings and art on display, I would want someone with an art degree that could talk about those to the customers or to the patrons coming through. I'd want someone with an art degree that could talk about that, because to me, your art degree should teach you about the history of art. But I don't care about any of the drawings. When people go, oh, I do an art school, or I do an art course, or, I got credited in this particular degree in art. And it's like, oh. I'm always amazed. It amazes me that I'm like, wow, you spent money for someone to teach you something about a person who never actually got taught about how to do the same thing you're learning about by anyone. I mean, who taught Picasso to paint? Who taught Michelangelo to paint? There's probably answers for these. I don't know them. There probably is answers for them. I don't know what they are. Oh, looks like we might end up having to... Is that dry enough? I don't have enough of anything. Let's just fucking get somewhere nice and see where we can go on what we got. This character's going to end up dying off. On purpose, but that's okay. It got me thinking, what other degrees out there do people covered? That people going, oh, I need to get this degree because it's going to make my life a whole lot better. What other degrees out there are there that people want that when you break it down, no one ever asks the question, do you have a degree in this? You want your surgeons to be educated properly. You know, they need to know how to job. That's something that, you know, how to put it. What other jobs out there that you can get where you need a degree to be able to let people know you know how to do the job, but it's one of those jobs that doesn't really require any education? Oh, I get it. Some people want to know how to paint. Some people want to make a... Some people want to make money out of that. And that's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I just don't see art degrees coming in handy very often. You know? At least, they just seem like one of the weirdest things you can get a degree in. Only because it's like, it doesn't make, like I said, it doesn't make sense. I'm trying to understand it, but no, I can't find a way to understand it. There's probably something someone could say that's been doing an art course or an art teacher that could explain the reasons why an art degree is important. But maybe they can say it in a way that makes me go, oh, okay, I've never seen it that way. Now I understand. Maybe. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. And that's because it's not needed. And notice I haven't said anything like, well, you're a painter, eh? Well, just paint my house, man. No, I'm not. Painting a house is not the same as painting a picture. But you need to do an apprenticeship to become a painter. Well, not really a painter, but, you know, kind of. I'm pretty sure there's an apprenticeship for becoming a house painter. I don't know. I just don't understand. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't understand why there's degrees for hobbies. And I know that being an artist is a legit job, okay? I'm not saying it's not a legitimate job. Air topica. I'm not saying an artist isn't a legitimate job. And I'm not trying to imply that anybody that did an art degree wasted their time and money. I'm not trying to imply that at all. I mean, they did, but I'm not trying to imply that, but they did. And if there's anybody out there that's got an art degree and they're taking what I'm saying a little personal, please understand. I'm making fun of it. I'm making a joke out of it. This is a big joke. There's a payout. The punchlines are all through it. But realistically, there is no reasonable reason why anybody would need a degree in art. None that I can find. You're never going to sit there and go, sorry, Mrs. Whatever. We couldn't save your son because it turns out the brain surgeon didn't have an art degree. You'll be the parent sitting there going, so what? What are you telling me? They didn't have an art degree. Yeah, and? Wow. You know what they mean? You know what that means? No art degree. No, I don't know what it means. Sorry, Mrs. McCarthy, we couldn't fix your car. The mechanic didn't have an art degree. Sorry, we couldn't save your son from going to jail. The lawyer didn't have an art degree. You know, to me, it's like an art degree just does not seem too important. And I just didn't understand why this lady was going on about her art degree and, you know, like it. Your art degree doesn't mean anything to me. It means something to you, to the individual who's getting the art degree. It means something to them. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else. We might want it to, but it don't. I know it's weird. No, I get it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. We do it with everything though, don't we? We make a big deal about every single achievement we make like it's the most important thing in the world. And some of us make that assumption that, well, education means you know how to do something, therefore you're smarter than other people. I know people that are way smarter than me that have a way worse education than me. Mind you, there are certain things they lack that I have. And then there are certain skills I lack that they have. And I'm not educated. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm pretty fucking dumb. I know this. Even when people say, no, you're not dumb. I was like, no, I am. Trust me, I am. I am fucking majorly dumb. I hate this. Because while I'm in here cooking, I can't see anything around me. Come on, cook, you bastard. I fucking hate you, you stupid ass thing. Oh yeah, because you're going to be a prick, aren't you? Let's get the fuck out of here. See, that's why I don't like that. Look how much that lights up, man. It's everybody know where the fuck you are. Bom. I understand why people go to beauty school more than I understand why people go to art school. Beauty school, you got to deal with the human. With a human, that's your canvas. Is a human. You got to make sure you're safe because you can't put the human in danger. You're being paid to do something for the human, and the human can't be put in danger for the thing that they're buying. They can't have their face destroyed or their hair destroyed or something like that, because that means something to people, how they look. And you have to respect that. So I get that. But I don't understand. It's not like someone's going to go, there you go, I painted that picture for you. Oh my God, that's going to kill me. I have to look at that picture. Oh my God, my face, my poor face. It doesn't hurt you in any way, whether it's done properly or not. Makes no difference. To go towards sunrise. It's Orion's belt over there. There's 3 lines there. That's Orion's belt. Can we find Polaris? Where's the Big Dipper? There's the Big Dipper. That's not the Big Dipper. Where's the Big Dipper? See, I know how to find the North Star, but only if I'm in the Northern Hemisphere. I don't know how to find it when I'm in the Southern Hemisphere, because I don't think it's here in the Southern Hemisphere. You look for the Big Dipper, and then you go, whoop. Amount of people that see these fucking 3 lines over here and go, there's the Big Dipper. It's like, no, that's not the Big Dipper. That's Orion's belt. There's a damn war over here. I'll say, I probably never noticed this little bit over here. Oh, no, I know where I am. Do I want a compass? No. Do I need a compass? No. Why did I take a compass? Because there are other people that need compasses and want compasses. So if they don't have one, they can't use it. If they can't use it, they can't use it against me. Did strike me as a weird thing, the video I seen of the lady going on about her art degree and other people, doing it. I was just thinking, yeah. Most of the stuff I can draw, I never learned how to do it in school. I learned how to draw by just drawing. Now, I'm not saying that's what everybody needs to do. If you can't draw on your own, you don't need an art degree. I'm not saying that. I'm not even hinting at that. I'm not even anywhere near that conversation. I'm not saying that at all. I understand if someone wants to teach them how to draw. Okay, you're getting an art degree so someone teaches you how to draw. Okay, cool. I know an art degree is not all about learning about how an old painter used to paint. I know that. I'm not completely an idiot. There's not anything I'm going to be like, if I go to a tattoo artist and go, can you tattoo that? And they go, yeah, I can. That's actually, here's some of my artwork. And they show me all these pictures. I'm not exactly going to say, okay, can you tell me what the Renaissance was all about? And if they can't answer, oh, well, I can't get my tattoo here. He didn't even know what the Renaissance was. No, that's just stupid. I've probably got more artwork in my house from people that are not bona fide artists with a degree than I do any artwork in my house that is done by a bona fide artist. When I say bona fide artist, I mean a bona fide artist with an art degree. Because if you can draw as good as some of the pictures that I have in my house that have been done by other artists that don't have an art degree, then as far as I'm concerned, well, that makes you an artist. This lady also was painting a little dragon, like an oriental dragon or something. I don't know. I feel like if I say it's Japanese and someone say it, they'd say, that's not Japanese dragon, it's something else. And if I said it was some other type of Chinese dragon, I'd get told, that's not Chinese dragon, it's Japanese. You're an insensitive, racist prick. So I'll just say Oriental dragon because it's one of them. I'm not familiar with all of the different types of, mythological creatures from around the world. Sorry, wasn't the main thing I paid attention to. In school, I paid attention to other things. Because that wasn't important to me at the time and wasn't necessarily taught. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, it wasn't important, therefore I didn't care enough to learn. No, most of the times it just wasn't taught. I remember saying one time about Spanish. Oh, no, I never learned Spanish in school. It's like, what, too hard for you? It's like, no, I live in Australia. So, it's like, how many fucking... I don't live in... It was an American, and I had to shake my head, and I thought to myself, this guy's a fucking idiot. This is the people that people think of when they think of dumb Americans. It's no different than dumb Australians. We got them too. It's not exclusive to one country. But this is the type of person someone envisions when they think of dumb American, because they're like, well, it's no excuse. You should learn Spanish. It's like, I don't have a country that borders anyone that speaks Spanish. I don't have any countries that border my country. We're a fucking island. We learn German and Italian and French. Why? That might have something to do with the majority of people that live in Australia. And now we learn like Chinese and Japanese and that in school as well. You know, it's got to do with the amount of people in the country that might speak the language. Not a lot of Spanish-speaking people in Australia. There's a heap, don't get me wrong. There's lots of Spanish-speaking people in Australia. But it's not a language that is used very often in Australia to where the people of Australia need to learn it. It's a language that's used a lot in America, so the people in America need to learn it. Or they don't, I don't care. It makes no difference to me whether someone wants to or not. But then maybe I'm just being as ignorant as that guy by saying I don't understand art degrees. I don't understand why people get them. Maybe I'm just as ignorant as that guy. That's a possibility. I could be. I don't know. All I know is I think, therefore I am. All I know is I can think, I can speak, but I don't know whether I'm ever right or anything like that. And even if people prop me up and say, hey, you were right, yeah, that's not everybody. That's just a couple of people. I'm smart enough to know that's not a large enough number to make a statistical decision based on it. But the idea that we should learn Spanish in our schools here just doesn't make sense. It makes as much sense as an art degree. Now, I support education. I'm a big supporter of education. I believe everybody should have the right to education. And I believe that some parents out there might be scared of some of the things that might be that their kids might learn at school, and that their adult children might learn in college or university. I understand there might be some parents scared out there. What are you scared of? Never understand. It should never ever, education should never ever be something that people fear. But if you're scared your child might learn about a certain subject at school, all right, quit your job and fucking homeschool. Can't quit your job? All right, then shut up and let the education department do it. It is amazing, though, that half the people out there most of the people out there that I have seen, because the whole, not just the art degree, as I said, today's topic will discuss education. And not just art degree, but just education in general. And it strikes me as strange when there are people out there that are like, well, we need to ban this, we need to ban that. It's like, why? Because it teaches this. So? What? If you want your children to grow up knowing exactly what you know, nothing more, nothing less, homeschool them. But homeschool doesn't mean shit. You can still teach kids stuff that is not... I mean, every single parent out there that has children, you should be homeschooling anyway. Basically, what I mean by that, I'm not saying you should quit your job and bring your kids in home and homeschool them. I'm saying that the education shouldn't just stop just because they left the school. You can teach them at home too. Well, I just don't get it. Education's weird. It's one of those things that I believe everybody should have a right to it. and no one should try and stop anybody from being able to learn anything. That's why I'm not boycotting, art degrees or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand it. Just think to myself, it's a bit weird that we pay people to teach us about stuff that other people know how to do, and then when we go, oh, well, who was their teachers? Oh, they didn't have any. Wait, so you're teaching me about something a person made up in their own mind and never had any teachers for or anything like that? Correct. Why am I paying you then? I'll just do that myself. So that's what I think about art degrees. That's why I'm thinking, art degrees like a silly one. But I'm not going to stop anybody from getting an art degree. And if anybody said to me they're going for an art degree, I would not. I might make my joke that it sounds silly, blah, blah, blah. They didn't learn how from a person. Never went to school for it. Blah, blah, blah. I can do that. At the same time, I'm not going to try and discourage them and say that what they're doing is a waste of time, because what I think is a waste of time for me is 100% a waste of time for me. It's not a waste of time for anybody else. I don't have jurisdiction over people's time and how they use it. That's not my business. So nothing I say, whenever I say something's a waste of time, I just mean it's a waste of time for me. I don't mean it's a waste of time for everybody in general. Unless, of course, someone was to say, the whole world will stop spinning if everybody was to blink all at the exact same time. Let's try and organise it. Then I might go, yeah, that's probably a waste of time, mate. I can guarantee you're not going to get everybody to blink all at once. We can organise it. No, we can't. No, we can't. Sound don't travel like that. How are you going to notify everybody? Oh, do it through Messenger. Yeah, that's not going to work. Why not? Because there's called a curvature of the Earth, and it takes a couple of seconds for it to go around, which means by default you'll end up with people not being blinking at the same time. Very rarely in my life do I say something is a waste of time when referring to something somebody else is doing. When it's something I got to do, yeah, I can tell whether it's a waste of time or not. It's like, even if someone was to say to me, why don't you learn Spanish? No, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, me dedicating the time and energy to learn a language that I will very rarely get to speak to anybody. And to me, that's like, nah. I'd rather either try and figure it out myself, like, because I can. I mean, I can't speak Spanish, but there is some Spanish that I understand. I understand very, very little. Very, very, very little. Someone came out this way because there's all these zombies in the field, and they shouldn't be in the field this far up towards the woods. So someone is hiding up there, or they went up there, and it was very recent. I struggle with maths. I struggle with maths, but I don't struggle with maths. It's a weird one. Allow me to explain. I can understand maths in my head when it's explained, I can understand it. Like when someone starts talking to me about escape velocity and orbiting velocities, I understand them. I understand all that. I understand the math for that. I couldn't write it down on paper. I couldn't articulate it. All I can say is, no, I get it. I understand that. I could even explain it, but I couldn't write it down on paper. Wasn't it terminal velocity is 7 miles per second times by 2 squared for divided by 2 squared to get to what, like 5 miles per second, and that's your escape velocity / transitioning into orbit velocity. So I understand that, but I could never have figured that out on my own. I only understand that because smart people figured it out. I didn't figure it out. They did. I'm just a person who's got a decent memory. That's it. Let's see if we can find a person and let them kill us, and then they can have all our gear. We'll start up somewhere else. G'day, Sunflower. How you going? Happy Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you as well. And a Happy New Year. And for all the sex workers out there, Merry Syphilis and a Happy Gonorrhea. Yeah, me and my wife Topeka, we done Christmas already, done the Christmas thing at our house, and trees all packed away and all decorations are packed away. Got that out the way. Turns out, everybody, I don't know if you all know this, it turns out you don't have to do Christmas on the day of Christmas. That's just the day everyone said, this is the day we're going to do it. We did it early. Yeah, fuck that noise. Good thing we did do it early as well. Why did you do Christmas early? Oh, because I despise Christmas. No, because, you know, it's most people actually will do some form of Christmas early. Most people will. Give you an example. I'm a father. I'm also a grandfather, which means my daughters have boyfriends or husbands or boyfriends and fiancés. They've got families, and sometimes their family want to have a Christmas. So we do our Christmas early so then other people can have a Christmas on Christmas Day. That's it. That's the only reason why. That, and I despise Christmas. I actually despise Christmas. I hate Christmas. For the last almost 10 years now, me and Topeka have been doing a black Christmas tree with Halloween decorations on it because fuck Christmas. Why do I have to have a green tree? For starters, do you know how stupid Christmas here is in Australia? Let me explain to you how stupid Christmas here is in Australia. Half the morons here in Australia will fucking put snow and shit on their windows, fake snow. You know that fake spray snow in a can? They'll put that on their windows. Look, if you are doing that sort of stuff in Australia, I don't mean that you're a moron or anything like that. I get it. But for the purpose of explaining what I need to explain regarding this. All right. I live in Western Australia. In Western Australia, there's a place called Bluff Knolls. At the very top of Bluff Knolls, you're looking at a couple of square metres of space at best. And a couple of days... No, I'm not the Grinch. I don't stop people from having Christmas. The Grinch's job was to stop people from having Christmas. I don't stop people from having Christmas. I just don't care about Christmas. There's a difference. I know what you were saying was a joke anyway. But allow me to explain. I was sick and tired of doing everything the way everybody else does it. Christmas is commercialised. And some people go, no, it's not. Yes, it is. It's got nothing to do with religion. It's got nothing to do with anything other than a way to be able to sell shit. I know there's a history dating back to the Romans regarding Christmas and the gift of children to gladiators and all that sort of stuff. Oh, yeah, that was the history. Do you know what that was? That was Christmas. I know what you're thinking. Are you saying Christmas started as a way of pedophilia being legal? No, it was already legal back then. I'm saying it depends. It depends which history books you read. There's some conflicting things when it comes to Christmas. And I don't know which ones are true. I wasn't there, and so I don't know. But what I do know is this place in Australia, in Western Australia called Bluff Knolls, maybe one day for a couple of hours, it might have a little tiny bit of snow on top that you and your friends can make 5 snowballs. I don't see the fact that we need to glorify a day that is only represented by a third of the world. That being places that actually have snow. Christmas has always revolved around snow in all its depictions, and yet where it formed wasn't. And just not a lot of snow in certain places in Australia, so it just seems weird to do the same tradition as the rest of the world who focuses around certain aspects of Christmas that have nothing to do with our country. Snow? Yes. Okay. America gets snow? Yeah. They get deer as well. Right? They do. We don't get deer here in Australia. What's your point? Deer's very close to reindeer. We don't get them here. Well, it's a little bit up north where you get reindeer though, right? Like Alaska and all that sort. Yeah. Alaska part of America? Well, yes it is. You get snow there? Yeah. See how it fits that country, but don't really fit mine. We got kangaroos. We don't have... We have a song here called 6 White Boomers. It's about Santa having 6 white kangaroos. You know? Oh, absolutely not. No. The pagan tradition of bringing a dead plant inside, yeah, and some of the other... accoutrements that come with it. But at the end of the day, no, marketing. It's all marketing. It's all... Christmas that we know now is a commercialised thing. Yeah, people say that it's paganist and all that sort of stuff, or some religious background or some paganist thing or something like that. It's all these different things depending on where you go. And I don't know the history of Christmas, but let's say it is one of those things. It's definitely not that now. So, it's, it's definitely not holding that tradition now. G'day, Shiny. How you going, mate? Okay, so let me say something positive about Christmas. I don't want to sound completely negative, but let me say something positive. I do think that every single family, every single family out there should be at least one person in the family that goes, all right, guys, this time of year, this particular day, we're all going to get together and catch up. That part of Christmas, I like. And if you're seeing your family all the time, and then you have Christmas, and you're still seeing that same family, no one new, that's going to get boring. I don't like the gift side of Christmas. I think that's stupid. I do it. I keep in mind, just because I say I don't like or this is stupid doesn't mean I don't do it. I have a wife and grandkids and all that sort of stuff. I still got to play the role. I still got to be nice. Pop's not allowed to be a cunt and be... I'm not allowed to be an arsehole and go to the grandkids, Christmas sucks. You know, I'm not allowed to do that. I don't do that. But it's just like one of those things Christmas is always just another day for me. It's never been anything that I've ever celebrated or really given a shit about. To me, Christmas is only as important as the people that... Like, here's one of my big gripes. I got dirty looks one time because I didn't mean to eavesdrop on a conversation, but I did. I overheard the conversation. I wasn't deliberately eavesdropping, just people... You know when you're at the checkout and you're about to leave, you're just waiting for the person in front to have all their items scanned by the checkout person and then put into a bag and then them to be told how much it's going to be, and then the other person to fiddle around their purse and hand money over, credit card, whatever. And they're talking, right? And you're not trying to listen, but you can hear it either way because you're right there. And I got a dirty looks because when one lady was at the checkout, she was talking about, oh, yeah, I've maxed out this credit card already. Fucking Christmas sneaks up on you. And I thought to myself, what kind of fucking moron maxes out a fucking credit card on Christmas? You all know it's 25th of December, right? That's what I said to her. I said, you know it's the 25th of December, Christmas Day. And she's like, yeah. I said, you know it's the same fucking day every year, you idiot. Don't go using Christmas as an excuse to blame your fucking credit card being over. That's you being a moron and not knowing how to plan for the future, you fuckwit. It's the same day every fucking year. What are you, stupid? Circle it on the calendar of next year's fucking calendar and every week buy something or put some money down on something. Do a layaway or lay-by or whatever. Don't be fucking caught with your pants down like an immature, unprepared fucking adult. What was awesome about Christmas were all the traditions we used to do. I love to do some of them, but no one would appreciate. Secondary, I am single. I don't really have anyone special to do all that. Oh, fun holiday stuff with this year. I really wanted to do some fun stuff. I hate life passing me by. Well, can I make a suggestion? This might sound a little bit harsh, okay? But, yeah, okay, you're single. All right. Got a hospital near you? I'm sure there's a bunch of kids that are not going to get to see their family this Christmas. Go give them a gift. Go read them a story. Be there for them. Kids are the ones that miss out the most when it comes to Christmas. And I don't like Christmas, so we developed a Christmas tree that I could be happy with that didn't commercialise and celebrate the commercialisation of Christmas, but could still allow my kids to have a Christmas without Dad being a right cunt about it, basically. And, you know, Christmas You don't have to know the people around. And I do believe in the spirit of Christmas, the idea that you can be nice to somebody. I don't believe people should pick a day that's special where everybody's going around being nice to people. I think people should just be nice to people in general. But, you know, is there someone in your area that's not going to be having any visitors this year? Is there an old person that's alone in your area that might just, you know, might just get a kick out of it? And maybe that's not a feasible idea, and maybe that's not something you're capable of doing. And I understand. I totally get that. But if you want, there's always people out there in need. They don't have any family or anything either. And some of them have family, but the family just doesn't care, or family's too busy to do other things. And there's probably someone around that's in the same position you're in right now, alone for the holidays. Could just do with someone to remember that they're there. Oh, it's a black Christmas tree with Nightmare Before Christmas stuff on it and skulls. There was a Grim Reaper on the top of the actual tree instead of an angel, but I think Topeka's replaced it with a witch this year. It's got pumpkin Halloween lights on it, orange and black tinsel. Yeah, I love skulls too. I've got one. It's not really protecting anything too important, just my brain at the moment. It's not the most important thing on me. I think maybe my tattoos are my most important things on me. When the test of strength begins. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a hard ass. I'm a rude. I'm rude every now and then. Sorry. But I need that. I needed that. I need that. And 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 you can have that. It's no good now. That guy was just reading a sign. He has no idea. He's just reading a sign, and all of a sudden he's had his brains blowing out, and he's just been respawned. He's probably thinking, what happened? Where'd that come from? Oh, well. It's DayZ in a nutshell, isn't it? Bunch of decorated skulls. One of my good friends made them. Awesome. Our first Grim Reaper we had on our tree, Topeka and the kids made it. Still got it. It's around somewhere. I won't get rid of it. I like more of the horror, macabre type stuff anyway. I don't like tradition. I'm not a person that likes tradition. I like to break the mold. I like to do things differently. That's probably the reason why I didn't understand the art degree. Don't you want to be an artist, be your own artist and, you know, design your own stuff? Why would you want to do exactly the same as everybody else? Air your grievances. You see, that's where it's important. Any tradition that you share with everybody else in the world is not special. But a tradition that you share with a specific people in your life, that's the special one. And it's special because no one else knows it, or no one else understands it or gets it, understands how it came about, what made it so important for that to be a tradition in your family. And it doesn't matter. And you never have to justify it. At least I don't think anybody has to justify it. If someone said to me, yep, every Christmas morning we grease up a couple of pigs, jump on them and ride around the backyard, and whichever kid lasts the longest on the greased up pig gets to open their presents first. All right, that's weird. I don't want no part of that, but fucking good on yous. And so happy that's a tradition that's very different. You do your thing. You be happy with your family. You grease up your pigs and go ahead and do that. Not for me. I'm not going to do that. Only because I don't even think I could catch a pig in the first place to grease the bastard up. That's because I'm getting fat and I'm unfit. The pig would probably look at me and go, why the fuck ain't someone greasing you, riding you, you fat pig? And I'll be looking at the pig going, call me a fat pig, look who's talking. Yeah, but I'm born a pig, you're a human, you're a land mammal, and you're fat. Well, fuck you, pig. I eat bacon this Christmas. I don't like the traditions I don't like it when people tell me, but it's tradition. And I'm like, who are you? I'm your teacher. Okay. Well, why do I have to do something just because everybody else did it? Because it's tradition. Oh, well, then it's not life-threatening then. What? No, I understand why I have to do CPR the same way as everybody else because it's life-saving. Why do I have to do Christmas the same as everybody else? Why do I have to do Easter the same as everybody else? Why do I have to do my birthday, my kids' birthdays, or any tradition like anybody else? The ones that are the worst kinds of people are those kinds of people that rely on Christmas to be that one day a year. I know I said there should be someone in the family who goes, oi, all of us get together this time of year. It doesn't have to be Christmas Day. But there are so many people out there that'll go, well, I'm not catching up with Bob until Christmas. Why are you waiting until Christmas? If you want to chat to Bob, call Bob. He might not make it to Christmas. You might not make it to Christmas. Why are people living lives where they're like, I can only catch up with people on scheduled holiday events? Death doesn't wait. Life doesn't wait. Nothing goes on hold going, sorry, Charlie can't go here. Charlie can't die yet. Why? Because Charlie hasn't gotten together on Christmas Day with his family and cousins he hasn't seen for years. Death will just look at you and go, well, maybe Charlie should have paid more attention to the people around him instead of going, oh, I need to worry about this and focus on that. Or maybe Charlie was doing the right thing. Who knows? Basically every single person's reasons are different and differ from others, and some might align and some won't, but it's all personal. However you celebrate is the perfect way for you to celebrate. You know, or however you want to celebrate, I should say, is the perfect way. The way I want to celebrate Christmas, I'm about 90% there. Still about 10% away. I would like to be able to take Topeka to the snow once for Christmas, just so she can go, this is snow. It's quite boring after a couple of days in this shit. I've grown up in snow. I'm not my whole life, but even though I am Australian, I did move around the country and the world growing up. So I did get to spend a few years in the snow. Not full snow all year round, but, you know, there was snow. Kind of boring. When you ain't seen snow for a long time and the snow starts falling, yeah, that's exciting. Also kind of boring. Awesome. I'm trying to remember what colour fuchsia is. Is that like a pinky red? Maybe this is why I need an art degree. So I can identify colours. Or is it a blue? I'm trying to think of... I did once upon a time in high school and that. Pinkish red. Yeah, I was right my first guess then. Cheers, Shiny. Uh-oh. Good thing that guy had some snacks on him. Ha ha ha! And I was going to let him kill me. And I decided I'll kill him instead. Yeah, I'm happy with my choice. If you had extra money, you'd dye hair fuchsia again. Some ham, eh? What do you got? A potato, egg, cheese, wish sandwich or fish sandwich? Let's say he meant fish. And hang on. F and W way too far. Oh. Wishing for some ham. A wish sandwich. Okay. I've never heard of a wish sandwich. Oh, wishing for some ham. Got it. Got it. Took a couple of seconds there, Shiny. Took a couple of seconds. Told you I'm not fucking smart. Told you I'm not intelligent. I told you I'm fucking pretty dumb, didn't I? I've been saying it. Just to illustrate the point, I totally fucking glossed over what he was saying. Preferably, all my ham comes from either something that used to go oink, or in a multiverse where I'm actually Hannibal Lecter, all my ham comes from people that tried to give me a ticket. I thought it was polished ham, then I was thinking, polished ham? Oh no, big P, not little p. Polish. Details matter. Yes, smoked, honey glazed, soaked in brine. Why do we wait for a pig to die before we cure it? Seems stupid to me. That's a play on words there. Because you cure the meat. Yeah. And curing the... Never mind. Let's get up into this high height and sit here for a minute and have a look around. So there's no rules. That bloke was just standing there. He was probably looking at the sign. Maybe he might have even been... He may have even been, like, not just looking for the sign. He might have actually been, you know, going through his inventory. He might have been AFK. In the USA, we got... Kakarus. Is it Kakarus? Polish ham at the deli section of grocery stores. Not bad, but I'm not supposed to eat a lot of lunch meat. My brother came over the day before, over the other day, brought some nuggets over. What I thought was chicken turned out to be soy nuggets. You took him off the Christmas card list and disowned him from the fucking family and burnt his Christmas presents in front of him, didn't you? That's the only course of action you can do when someone goes, "Want to try my chicken nugget?" "Yeah, the chicken nugget. What's wrong with this chicken nugget? It's soy. Gotcha, it's not real chicken." You beat a person that does that. You know what you're supposed to do? That's what we do in Australia. Do you know, technically, if I was to feed you a chicken nugget made of soy, a soy nugget, he's disowned for life. If I was to give you, this is a real fact here, if I was to say to you, here, this is a chicken nugget, and you were to say to me, well, it better be chicken because I've been fooled before. And let's say I give you this chicken nugget and I sit there snickering and you eat it, and it turns out it's safe for you to eat, but it's plant-based. There's no chicken in it at all. Do you know, because you ate something that I said was one thing and you said it better be that, and I lied, that's a form of assault. Yep, technically that is a form of assault. That's why it's not wise for anybody to go, "I don't give a shit, they said no bacon, watch this." No, because if someone really wants to, they can. That's assault. I don't understand exactly how it is assault. I mean, the basic understanding I have is you promise someone something and you lied to them and forced them to eat something they didn't want to eat through trickery. Therefore, that's the assault part, because you got them to eat something they didn't want to eat. No, there is something about meat with real protein in it compared to meat or things. Why are vegans trying to make everything taste and look like fucking real meat in the first place? Can we just address that situation? Why has it got to... Oh, I love it if it smells, looks and tastes just like meat. You wouldn't even know. Yeah, I would. Of course I know. But we made it smell and taste and look just like it. No, the only way you ever make it smell, look and taste just like it is if you eat the bastard. You get a better idea of how it tastes, smells and looks. A friend of mine got me to try some vegan sausages. My son was okay with them and said, "Oh, they're not too bad." But later on that day, he ended up throwing them all back up. Yeah, it is exactly that, sunflower, and there's an easier, simpler way to say it, and it's a marketing technique. But yeah, you're right. It is. It's probably most likely a marketing technique. It really is a stupid marketing technique when you consider that we make Scooby-Doo SpaghettiOs and Batman SpaghettiOs and Alphabet Spaghetti. So Giving stuff up cold turkey is hard for most folks. Well, yeah, I totally agree. I totally 100% agree. Vegans are just the worst when it comes to their marketing campaign, though. Vegan people are okay, even vegetarians. I don't have a problem with vegetarians. I don't have a problem with vegans. You know, eat what you want to eat. That's what I say. I don't care. You know, as long as no one's forcing me to eat this or that, I don't care. There's certain meats that I won't eat because now I'm not interested. Like, I got friends that love eating fucking cow tongue and sheep brains and offal and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, nah, thanks. And they're always like, well, why won't you? You're too good for this shit. Yes, actually. Yeah, I am. I don't think I've ever seen this spot before. It's not that I'm too good for it or anything like that, really. It's just that, nah, I'm right. When I was a kid, I used to eat steak and kidneys and all that sort of stuff. Steak and kidney pie. But I'm older now. Me and Topeka are in charge of the finances in our house for the food shopping. And I don't have to eat brain or fucking lung or anything like that anymore. Like I used to when I was a kid. I don't have to eat that now. I can have a steak. Has zombie ever had kangaroo meat? That's a silly question. Just fucking oath. I've eaten kangaroo, emu, snake, fucking goanna. Not a lot in Australia I haven't eaten before. Nothing wrong with people being vegans or anything like that. It's some of the marketing campaigns they do. Just doesn't make sense to me. And just really turn people off giving a shit about their cause, to be honest. To me, it's like, do I have teeth that can rip meat apart? Well, yeah. Are they good for ripping veggies apart? Well, if you try ripping veggies apart the same way you try ripping meat apart on certain vegetables and fruits and that, you might break your teeth. Oh, okay. Can my body digest meat? Yes. Can my body utilise the proteins it gets from meat? Yes. Ah, then. Why do I need to be a vegan then? Don't get me wrong, I do believe there are certain meats that are better for you than others, and, you know, we always try for lean as opposed to something really fatty, but, you know, there are certain meats that I can get that got a bit of fat in it, and you need it because it helps it cook and it makes the flavour go through and all that sort of stuff. You don't eat the fat, you render the fat out as you cook it. So you're not eating the fat, you're just using that to help cook it. And so there are certain feeds, you know, and we always try to make a conscious choice on where we're getting our foods from, how's it being farmed and all that sort of stuff. And that side of veganism, vegetarianism, that side of it, I totally understand and I get. And I'm 100% behind. All right? The ethical treatment of animals, considering they're going to be our food, we should be kinder to them. There's no reason to torture them. There's no reason to give them the most shittiest life before we take it. There's no need for that. It just seems callous and cruel. And regardless of whether people think animals have personalities or not, I just don't think it's fair to really abuse any type of living creature. I don't think that's fair at all. I'm not trying to sound like a hippie liberal or anything like that. But, it's like life is life. There's no reason for things to suffer. There's no reason for anybody to make something suffer. Life is hard enough as it is. We don't need to add to it. And if we're going to be using something for food, then we should definitely give it the best life we can before it goes. I'll swap these gloves. I want the fingered gloves a little bit warmer. Sit down here, let that zombie calm down. Yeah, I've seen those people rip the coconut husks off with their teeth, but that's just ripping the husk off, though, isn't it? I wouldn't know. I'm allergic to coconut. Of all the things in the world, I'm allergic to coconut. The problem in the USA is that big company lobbies at Congress to get deregulations, the more ethical or healthier ways to farm food cost a lot more money. Almost to the point that eating healthy in the USA is a luxury. It shouldn't be. It should be a universal right that everybody gets a meal. Doesn't mean I have to provide that meal for you, but you should be able to have the option to get your own meal and all that sort of stuff. Okay, and then there's also misinformation. I had someone come into my chat about a year and a half ago, and they said, they're banning bacon. And I was like, what? He's like, they're banning bacon in my country. I said, oh, okay. Whereabouts are they banning it? And he's like, California. I was like, all right. I said, you're full of shit, right? And he goes, I'm not. I said, yeah, you are. I said, we just looked it up. They're not banning it. It's going through Congress to be passed that if you're going to own certain amount of pigs, then you must have X amount of fucking space for them to make it humane. So there was people running around thinking they're banning it, or because some farmers are going, well, if I can't jam 150 pigs into this one small pen, then fuck you. That's what it was. Farmers that were going, well, I can't afford that space. Or if I use that much space and only house this many pigs, I'm not going to make the same amount of money as last year. So the price of bacon is going to have to go up a little bit. And that is what fuels economics. If you want to be able to have a sustainable, ethical practice, you have to put the effort in. And while some farmers might go, this is a pain in the ass, yeah, it'll be a pain in the ass. It'll be tough for about 10, 15 years, and eventually you'll get used to it. But well, it's more of an it's more of a ecological problem as well. Hooved animals shouldn't be in areas where hooved animals weren't before. Compacts the ground. Fucks up the ground. A lot of political propaganda in the USA. I hate talking politics with most Americans because they don't know shit. Not knowing shit ruins my country. I don't know about that. I think they're pretty educated. I had an American tell me that I should be in jail because I said I'm not voting. When he said, who you voting for, Biden or Trump? And I was like, I'm not voting for either one of them, mate. I'm Australian. He's like, no excuse. It's like, that's a pretty good excuse. I'm not an American citizen. Don't give me that shit. You need to pick. All right. Then none of the above. Was this fucking guy crazy? Is this guy serious? He thinks I need to vote for his country. That's not how it works. I'm an Australian citizen. I don't get a say. That's why I always get sort of like miffed when people get upset with anything I say about politics when it regards America. Like if I say something about the politics I agree or disagree with, it's like, well, you know, it's like, I'm not American. None of my opinions matter. None of my opinions matter. No one's coming here going, here's a lecture on politics. I'm glad I caught Zombie's lecture on it. I needed that for my essay. No one's coming here for that. Control the food, control the world. I've always stated that people only know what they know. You're only as good as the information you know. If you're willing to take in more information from other people, regardless of whatever that information is, then you expand your knowledge. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, look, I see those little things with Jimmy Kimmel and that. They pop up and they ask people in America questions about the countries and stuff like that. But I also know there's an editing room floor. They've probably got a lot of people answering those questions, but it doesn't fit the narrative of the story that they're trying to push along. So, you know, they just don't show all the people getting it right. There's no way in hell that they, like, you can tell there's cuts in between them talking to people, which means they wait for a little while for someone to come through and ask them a question, and if they get the right answer, then they go, oh, don't use that guy. I want to see, what do they do for the people that actually get all the right answers? Stupidity is by choice. Yeah, to some degree. A big degree. Let's say stupidity is by choice as soon as you say, I'm old enough to be responsible for myself. Let's say that. Then stupidity is a choice once you get to that age. When you got other people that are controlling your life, telling you where to go because you're a child and all that, let's allow you to be stupid in that moment and say it's not your choice. You're just going where everyone's telling you to go. But once you're in charge and it's totally up to you and it's all your decisions, then, yeah, stupidity becomes a choice. But then you got to ask yourself, what obligation do people have to learn any of this? Same person that told me that they were banning bacon, which they weren't banning bacon. They were just putting some new regulations in to help with the ethical treatment of pigs and other animals on farms. It wasn't a ban. But he seen, regulations, that means banning. It's like, no, it doesn't, you fucking idiot. But okay, another thing he also told me. Feelings are not facts. Facts aren't feelings, yeah. You know, opinions are not... An opinion is just that. An opinion is neither right nor wrong. It's just that. It's an opinion. You know, it doesn't mean someone's right. It doesn't mean someone's wrong. It just means that, well, that's their opinion. Okay, now that's that petrol station, which means... There's a gas drop over there. Let's go see if we can find ourselves a lake. And he goes to some fishing. And I like over there. Can't tell. It might be just fog. Well, that's it. You got subjective truths, objective truths, and then, you know, there's three different types of truths. There's a truth that you believe in because you were raised a certain way, and then there's a truth that is backed by facts, and then there's a truth that's backed by confirmation bias because you want to believe it's true. So there's three different types of truths. I'm more of, there we go. It's got kicked out. That's a shutdown on the server. They'll open it back up in a couple of seconds. That's a refresh everything. Doesn't refresh me or my character. I'll stay exactly in the same location with all my gear, same with everybody else. Any bases we built, anything we dug and buried in the ground, that's still there. These happen every couple of hours, and it did pop up 90 minutes ago that it was happening in 90 minutes. Well, the only way you can find out you can't say the truth is by saying the truth and having people tell you you can't say it. So that's kind of an oxymoron in itself, but I get what you're saying. I get the sentiment that you mean. The idea that just saying something is a fact or bringing up a subject matter that's been proven true or something, there's always going to be people that have their own beliefs on that particular line of inquiry or thoughts, whatever you want to call it. There's always going to be someone that has an opinion about it. I like opinions. I do. I really do. Even when they're crazy to me, because I like the mindset. I like understanding the mindset of the person that came up with that opinion. When there was people saying Michael Jackson and JFK, they're going to come back, you know, I was like, all right, I know that's bullshit, but come on, let me hear your reasoning on how you. I'm now interested. I know it's shit, but I want to hear how they got to that. I want to know what the fuck did they do to get to that, you know. And then I got some questions like, do you have a methane gas leak in your house or something? CO2 levels all right in your house? Do you take drugs? Do you drink a lot? Did you eat before bed? Did you stuff cake into your retainer so you'd have sweet dreams? Like, I got questions. I'm a person that asks questions because if I don't understand something, I'm under the impression the only way I will, and that's if I open my mind to ask questions and that. Now, I can go in with a preconceived notion about a certain subject, and I could walk away after hearing someone's explanation on that subject, and I could walk away and say, wow, that was profound. I never seen it from that point of view. That guy's onto something. Or I could walk away going, that guy knows nothing. I can still walk away with the same thing. And while there's a lot of things that I do have a preconceived notion on how it works and stuff like that, there are certain things that you just can't argue with certain people because you're both at a stalemate as soon as you start, no matter what. If you can't prove yours is fact, then you can't explain it to a person and get them to automatically agree. That's the thing. Is like the people that say what they say to us that makes us go, that's bullshit. What we say to them makes them go, that's bullshit. You can't win. There is no winning. That's the fucking stupid thing. It fucking sucks and it's painful. Sunflower, I think Shiny's just putting a blanket, using the word truth as like a blanket. I think he's basically meaning name your subject. Name it. Name it. Politics, there you go. Religion, there you go. Whether the earth's flat or round, there you go. No matter what the truth is to something, if you know the truth about something, there's people that won't want to hear it because it conflicts with their ideologies and stuff like that. And I actually have a saying. It is not my saying. It's very important. This is not my saying. This is a quote by a man named Tim Mitchens. And I love this quote. Let me just write it up in the chat there. All right, here's a quote. I believe it's very, very on point. Science adjusts its views based on what's observed. Faith is a denial of observation so that belief can be preserved. I'm willing to adjust my views if the evidence says I need to adjust my views and go this way. And he's, and in your mind, you could look up and see the sky blue and think to your friend's crazy. But then I myself would ask a couple of questions. I've got a couple of questions, 2 questions. Number 1, is he colourblind? Number 2, is he blind? Because that's the definition of opinion. If I ask you what colour the sky is and you say it's blue, all right, you're correct. But if I ask a blind person with no eyes what colour the sky is, and if he goes it's black, is he wrong? From his perception, it's black. He has no eyeballs to know, So I'd have questions. And if your answers are, nope, he's got good vision and he's not colourblind, never said he was colourblind, never said anything about having bad vision, understands if I say that's a blue car, he goes, well, that's a blue car too, But that's my mind on how I work towards trying to get answers. Like, if someone says something to me, I'll have a couple of questions. Sometimes, depending who it is, some people are under the impression I'm asking questions because I don't believe and I'm asking them to prove themselves. And at least 75% of the times, that's exactly what I'm doing. I don't understand what they're talking about, so I need them to explain it a bit so I can understand it, because I'm not getting it. So I ask questions. The other 25% of the time is just because I'm an annoying prick. See, I'm the type of person that when I see something or hear something, my first option is to look around for evidence of what caused and all that sort of stuff. I don't just automatically go, like, I was sitting with a family of people. Were sitting around. There had been a nasty car accident. They were talking about it on the news, and they were like, the baby was found alive in his capsule, in his car seat. And the people I was with were like, oh, that's a fucking miracle, isn't it? I was like, what? Well, the baby's alive. Everybody else is injured in hospital, but the baby's fine. Not a scratch. That's a miracle. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a miracle. No, it's not. What would be a miracle is if you put the kid in a cardboard box in the fucking car, they had the car accident, and the kid was still okay. That's a miracle because a cardboard box isn't designed to protect a child in a car crash. The car seat's designed to protect a child in a car crash. It's not a miracle to survive. That's its design. People use the word miracles and that to explain things when there are simple, logical explanations right there. Right fucking there. But they're too dumb or blind or uneducated or faith has a hold of them, whatever it might be, whatever you want to call it. Either way, they can't see that. No, it has to be another divine reason. And I'm all for it. If you want to believe there's, divine reason and stuff like that, if that's what gives you comfort, I'm not going to try and take that away from you. I'm not interested in it, but I ain't trying to take it away from you. But I won't automatically assume just because I can't explain it right now that means it must be a mystical power or something like that. So, I'm more in the science mind of things. If you could show me, as the quote in the poem Storm goes, you show me that it works and how it works, and when I recover from the shock, I'll take a compass and write fancy that on the side of my cock. Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody would actually know what a real miracle is if they seen one in front of them. If you label everything a miracle, then nothing's a miracle. It's a miracle of life, the miracle of the earth, the miracle of this. Well, then nothing's a miracle. If it's all a miracle, nothing's a miracle. That's how it works. It's not technically how it works, but I'm going to go this way. I know there's a military base up there somewhere. I want to see if I can find it. One of these towns up here will lead me into it, I'm pretty sure. Same goes with 110 scale. Yeah, right. I mean, we do warnings for people. We know people are stupid. We know people are uneducated and just dumb, and we have to make up rules to help protect them, because if we don't, they become a liability. There, I said it. If we don't protect the people that aren't that smart, they become a liability. No, it's true. It's true. You think about it. The reason why you don't run with scissors. Why? Because Johnny ran with scissors, fell over and fucking went blind, and his mum had to quit her job just so she could fucking look after him. See? Liability. Johnny shouldn't have been running with scissors. Johnny's a liability. He's just cost his whole family by doing something silly. Now, I did say beforehand, you're allowed to be stupid when everybody else is making the decisions for you. You're allowed to be stupid. But but we have those rules, don't run with scissors, because we know there are stupid people that need to be told. That's dangerous, right? That's like if someone was doing a TikTok video next to a volcano and slipped and fell in. As soon as I hear that on the news and the family starts crying, I'm flipping the channel. Sorry, not interested. Your kid's an idiot. But they fell in doing a TikTok video. Oh, they fell into a volcano. Well, your kid's the only stupid one that didn't realise that's dangerous? Stand next to it. Did he not realise he can't fly? He can't float. If the ground gives out underneath him, where's he going? Straight down. He knows that. That's why he picked it, because he's like, this is a real dangerous area. It'll look sick on my TikTok. No, I'm changing the fucking channel. Fuck you and fuck your kid. Your kid's stupid, your family's stupid, and so's your face. No, I got no sympathy when people do stupid shit that is clearly fucking dangerous and they get hurt. I got no sympathy at all. I laugh my head off. That's why I miss Funniest Home Videos. I fucking love that shit. I love watching people getting hurt doing stupid shit. It's hilarious. Yeah, right? Fire bad. Ooh. That's the original language of my people. Neanderthalians. And I know that it kind of sounded like a really retarded fucking Optimus Prime then. Ooh-yah, ooh-yah, ooh-yah. We live in a society at the moment where, you know, we got so many different groups out there trying to educate people, and half of them don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. It's just strange. And education is something I do truly believe that education is a right. It's a privilege, and it's a right. You should feel privileged that you're being educated. You should have the right to be educated. I don't care where you are in the world. I know there are some places in the Middle East where women going to school was not a thing. I'm talking about along the West Bank in the Middle East. And it wasn't always. There was one lady who told a story about she didn't have to go to school. Only the boys in her village went to school. She didn't, because her father said, you know, you count 5 goats, you got 1 goat missing, then you know you got 1 less goat. That's all the education she needs. And I don't think that's fair. I don't believe in discriminating someone and saying you're not entitled to an education because you're poor, because you're black, because you're Asian, because you're white, because you're disabled, because you're a girl, because you're gay, or anything like that. I don't think education should ever be dictated in that way. It should be a free thing for every single human across the world. I'm smart enough to know that we're not in a society that has that as a feasible option, because we prioritise other things. I don't think it's right we prioritise other things, but I'm not in control of everything that happens in the government. And as I've stated before, I have opinions, but I don't have any solutions, unfortunately. I have a few opinions, but I don't have any solutions to fix it. At least, not any that don't sound dictatorship-y. Okay. That's the end of the map out there. Okay. I see a post about a man who lived near nearly his whole life in the jungle. People assume he was dumb because he couldn't use the new tech, etc. And only most would be able to live out where he was the entire time he did. His knowledge helped him survive in the jungle for all those years. He built home, farm, land, and various other needs. Yeah, I mean, these are skills that are definitely worth knowing. Alright guys, we need to try and find some food. Okay, sun's over that way. Let's go this way. Alright, let's keep our sun on our back. I mean, A lot of my survival stuff I did in the bush and all that sort of stuff I did when I was younger, and I have used some of those techniques as an adult. But while I think I'd be okay living out in the woods, being able to survive, I'm going to be honest, I think I would struggle if I had to live out in the bush permanently. And it's not because I'm used to all the accompaniments I have at home. It's because I don't... I'm sure a lot of my skills will come back to me when I go to put it in practice. Like I'll go to do something, I'll go, hang on, that's not how you do it. Remember, that's how you do it. I'm sure a lot of that will come back to me. But I don't know if I'm confident enough to be able to build all my stuff that I know is for survival for short periods of time, not indefinite. I don't know how to build a house. Scratch that. I know how to build a modern house. I don't know how to build a house out in the middle of the fucking sticks. I know how to build shelter that can last me a couple of days, but I don't know how to build a shelter that's going to last me a couple of months. I'm not that. I'm educated in a lot of things. There's a lot of things I know, and there's lots of gaps in my education. That's why I believe education is cool, because I like learning. I just know. It's like, I'm old. Yep. I'm still going to continue learning. I don't care. I don't care how much. I don't care. I don't care how old I get. I will continue to try and learn something new every single day. And some of the things that I've learned in my life, I think, wow, that's actually kind of disturbing. Hope we find out that's actually wrong in like 20 years' time, because if that's the way things work for that particular thing, I don't think I'm comfortable with that. Hopefully they find out that was a mistake or something. All right. Where's that sun over there? Up there still. Yep, keep it on our back. I wouldn't exactly say this is military. Some hay bales would be good. Might be some mushrooms. Yeah, that ain't military. If I had a military base, I might find myself some tins of bacon. Well, I mean, alone only because I wouldn't want to be alone only and build it all by myself, because it's just a lot of work and a lot of energy. You know, I suppose if I had the skills, I'd be able to do it by myself. I just wouldn't want to, because a lot of energy. And a zombie down there. What have we got there? A little church. Couple of priests. He made me call him Uncle Bad Touch. I'll probably find some wolves soon. Probably don't want to find some wolves. Okay, what do we got? Thought I had another can of drink. I might not be able to do it in time, but if I can find myself some water, I'll be able to fish. Catch myself a fish, cut it up, quickly make a fire and cook it up and away we go. But I don't think I'm going to find a thingy of water. One flip-flop, I'm a fucking genius, mate. You give me one flip-flop, I'll show you how to utilise that for survival. I'll wear it as a hat, keep the sun off my head. Yeah. Just use those little things that go between your toes, just cut that and fucking slip it in your ear hole or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'd be okay out in the woods. I'm not going to starve. I'm not going to go thirsty. And they're my two biggest issues out in the wilderness is thirst and hunger. And when it comes to shelter, yeah, I know how to make shelter that could look, I could make shelter that could last a couple of months, no problem there. But if you're talking years and years and years, no. It would really depend on which area I'm in. To give a broad example, all I'm just saying is I don't know, I don't want to be put in that situation because my skills are very rusty and I don't want to have to try and rely on them. But I think I'd be okay. And that's only because I do know how to hunt, I do know how to forage, I do know how to... This depends too on my country. If we're talking about my own home country, yeah, I'm good. I'll be fine. If we're talking about a country outside of Australia, I'm fucked. Yeah, I grew up with a couple of months of snow each year when I was younger, but that does not mean you could drop me in the middle of Alaska. Oh, I'm fucked. I got no illusion of that. Well, I mean, the chances of survival are determined by how many people have been in that area and have survived and all that sort of stuff. Chances of survival on the sun, 0. Because we haven't sent anybody there to see if we could get them to get to the surface of the sun and live. And for now, we all pretty much know they won't. Hang on, they're not going to live. It's the fucking sun. And once upon a time, going into space, the chances of survival, 0. Well, we figured out a way to be able to do it. Chances of survival, it's increased a lot from 0 anymore to up a little bit. Oh, I really hope there's some food in this house here. Oh, I heard chicken. I don't want chicken. I've been eating chicken the whole fucking game. I'm over chicken. So it really depends. Like if you were saying to me, clothes on your back and one thong, what could you do to survive? All right, cool. I can use my stick. I can get a stick and I can use that. So I take a stick, I start stripping down my shirt, get it as thin as I can but still tight enough. Maybe double it up by twisting it and then folding it in half so then it actually spirals around itself to strengthen it up a bit. That will actually give me a loop at the end. It's pretty good as well. Nice solid loop where I don't have to have a knot. Now I got a stick, got some material. Flip-flop. What is a flip-flop? Flip-flop's made of foam. I can use the foam to be able to make little floats. I could probably use the foam to trick fish as well. Yeah. Yes. You see, I could use some sort of bodily fluids like a bit of shit or a bit of earwax and rub it over the actual float in little pieces. Yes. And then I can shred it up into littler pieces so where it floats on top and the fish come close to the surface. Here we go. Now I can scoop a fish, catch a fish quickly. Oh, I can use my stick, slap the fucking water really hard and hope I break the back of the fish. What else could I do? I can make a snare. A little bit of my shirt and some sticks and that. The thong, man, it's not going to help me with the snare much. Oh, yes, it can. I can cut a little bit of it and break a little bit off to use as a soft sponge trigger, like a wedge that can sort of be pressure fitted. Yes. What else could I do with the shirt? Not going to be able to necessarily collect water with it. But it can collect moisture. The shirt itself can actually hold water by being wet, and you could suck on the shirt. So if you got that, would help. Would it filter it? No. But I could use the shirt to hold charcoal, and then I could suck water up around. No, that's going to be too hard. You're going to need like a tube type thing to go around it to make it so then the air will flow through the straw type thing to draw water up. It's not going to work that way, is it? No. Well, depending on what my shirt's made out of, if my shirt's made out of nylon or cotton, if it was made out of cotton, I might be able to scrape it, still keep myself a shirt, but get enough fibres off to make enough little lint to help me when I'm sparking up a fire. That'll keep me warm. Dude, you ever heard of guardfish, like guardies? They're like a fish. They look like it could be a marlin or a swordfish, but they're really tiny. Like about a foot long and thin. Anyway, yeah, whenever I go fishing, man, I always take a coat hanger with me. I always take a coat hanger, man. You know, a clothes hanger. I always take one of them with me. I unwind it and no batteries. I unwind it, straighten it out, and then when fish come to the surface, you drop a little bit of breadcrumbs. And when fish come to the surface to inspect it, you slap it with the piece of wire, and it cuts through the water so quick the fish barely get a chance to react, and they just sitting there fucking almost split in half with a broken back, just floating there on top of the water. You scoop them up. The exact amount of energy needed, fuck all. But yeah, that works. You could actually use like a chunk of Hardy Flex, or a bit of Perspex, or a bit of board, a little bit of dense board. As long as the board sinks into the water and in the shallows, yeah, little schools of fish swimming past, you just throw that like a frisbee aimed straight down. Yeah, you'll get a couple of fish, and by doing that, you get bait, or you can just eat the fish. That's a possibility too. G'day, Jimmy. How you going, mate? Get up the fucking wall, dickhead. Get over the wall, idiot. It's Elliot. Jane Crawford would have lost it. Oh, shit. Fuck, that's a name I haven't heard in a while, Joan Crawford. Is she a writer? Am I thinking the same one? Hello, is anybody home? I'm bringing peace and love. You fucking cocksmoker. Not even one piece of fucking food in that gift box. Fucking ass. You know, all the trees I've searched today, I have not found one piece of fruit on the ground. I'm wondering if they're bringing seasons in. Because I just saw some snow flow past me. A snowflake just went past me. Oh, it was a leaf, one of the two. Movie actress. Mummy Dearest was based on her. Joan Crawford. Yeah, I was thinking writer. I don't know why, but I was thinking writer. But yeah, no, yeah. Now that you say movie actress, like, yep, no, I should have went there first. Don't know why my brain didn't. Oh, I know. Because I'm not actually intelligent. After BK18, I don't give a shit about a BK18. Please, 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 one of these trees, can you have some fruit? I'll bag you. Hey, didn't I put you away? Holy shit. Flowers in the Attic. I remember that movie. That was about the kids, yeah? That were hidden in an attic? No, that's Children of the Attic. Flowers in the Ah, fuck, I don't know anymore. My brain's fried. Too many disco biscuits, everybody. To be honest, I remember the movie name, Mummy Dearest and Flowers in the Attic, but yeah, that was it, Kids in the Attic. Yeah, Children of the Attic. Yeah, I remember that movie, but it's been so long since I've watched it. And we probably do have versions of it, but not really, to be honest. We probably have a story that someone could go, hey, that's kind of similar, but no, I know of the movies, but like Children of the Attic or Flowers in the Attic, I haven't seen in so long. And I think I was like, maybe I just turned double digits when I seen it last. G'day, Sean. Smiley, how you going, mate? Mummy Dearest. I don't know if I've seen that one, but I do remember hearing it. Oh, no, you stay there. Sorry, sir. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Oh, now he's all pissed off. See ya. Fuck you. Tree hugging hippie. Now we're fucking talking. God damn it. Thought I had a fucking gun cleaning kit still, but no. No, I do not. Let's just sit here for a second. Wait for those zombies to calm down. Actually, I just reminded myself of a movie I might watch later on. I might go and watch 100 Bloody Acres. Oh, no. No, thank you. Why would I give up my bag for that? Another classic, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. I like those older films. Yeah, I've never seen that one. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. A 100 Bloody Acres. Yeah, it is actually an interesting movie. It's a good Australian comedy horror. A lot of the people might recognise the guy in it. He was in Justified and does a very good American accent, but he's Australian. Plays Dewey Crow in Justified TV series. Okay, so what is it called? Okay, whatever happened? Whatever happened to Baby Jane? 1962. Betty Davis, Joan Crawford. I don't know. All right. I'll put that in the watch list for later on. I don't know exactly when I'll get around to watching it. See ya. No, I wasn't here, sir. I don't know what you're around at. Local TV was our source. Yeah, I had a few good opportunities to watch movies when I was a kid. Most of the time, whenever I watched TV or movies, it was at a friend's place. It was very rarely at home. Because we didn't always have a TV. Not for any, like, not for any special reasons other than my mum was too poor to be able to buy alcohol and have a TV at the same time. So one always was given up for the other. But there was times when we did have a TV and we got to keep it for like 6 weeks, you know. And there was one time I lived in this town and I made friends with the kids at the local video store, and their parents and the kids didn't actually live in the town. They came to the town to work, and I used to help them out around the store, and they'd let me take videos home to watch. Like normal TV? No. We don't have licensing fees over here for a TV. When I was living in New Zealand, we thought it was weird because we come from Australia, and we thought it was weird because in New Zealand you had to have a license for a TV. We didn't understand that. We have rabbit ear antennas. Yep. Or, do you remember the fucking antenna that was a little funnel, basically, that had a stick that had 2 wires going out and a spiral thing on it? Remember those? I had one of those. And they were fucking bullshit antennas. Rabbit ear antennas weren't the best either. Well, I mean, I'm in 2 minds about that. I'm in 2 minds about the whole licensing for TVs, take your signal, blah, blah, blah. I'm in 2 minds. And I have very good reasoning to support both my opinions on this. I have one opinion of, well, that's bullshit. If it's free-to-air TV, it should be free. But then, of course, it's not free-to-air if they're charging you for the signal. But it's like, well, I'm okay with that now. Like, if my government was to say, we're going to charge you now if you're going to start watching Channel 9, Channel 7, Channel 10. Actually, I don't think there's a Channel 10 anymore. But if they said, we're going to start charging you, I'll be like, yeah, okay. Because I don't watch them anyway. I stream. Anything I want to watch, I'll either download it or stream it. I don't fucking dick around with that shit no more. I'm sick and tired of ads. And I also feel like if you're paying for it, let's say you're paying for a license for a signal. All right. Well, if I'm paying you for the signal, just show me the fucking show. Don't show me your fucking advertisements. I don't give a shit. But they paid us. Okay, well, if they paid you to advertise on your fucking channel, then stop taking money from me. Either you get your money from advertisements or you get your money from the fucking person wanting to watch. Now, we don't pay for a licensing fee here in Australia because we don't have to. TV's paid for by ad companies. That's why we have to watch ads. And that makes sense. You know, the ad companies pay for the advertisements on the channel, so then the company can show you the ads for free in an attempt to, in the hope to tempt you to buy the product. So that makes sense to me. It's like TV companies. If you're getting ad money from an ad company saying, "Here, I'll pay you this much money. Can you put my ad on at this slot?" All right. And you're getting money from the customer and then making them pay to watch ads. Yeah, you're some sort of fucking diabolical, evil genius that deserves to be sucking the devil's dick in hell. And I don't even believe in hell. But I would work every little bit of scientific brain power I have to try and invent a real hell just so that cocksucking can go. Yeah. So it depends. I mean, it depends on the era. It seems now that paying for a service to be directly streamed into your house is a normal thing. Netflix. No, sorry, I didn't mean to give just a very short list there of Netflix, but honestly, I'm not sure. Prime, that's another one, isn't it? Prime. Disney Plus, if you're getting that. WWE Network, all these different places, they got their own thingies now. So nowadays, paying to be able to see something streamed in your home makes sense because there's all these different services that do it already. Anybody that says, but it's not fair, it's like, no, well, you do it for everything else. So it's just, this is the way it goes now. But if we go back like 10, 15 years ago before streaming services, then no, it was stupid. Yeah, and I like it. I like it. I like being able to go, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. I love Netflix. I do. I know there'll be people out there that have an issue with Netflix for whatever reason, and I'm not trying to just, say that issues aren't right or anything like that. But I actually enjoy Netflix because I never get interrupted with an ad. Even fucking YouTube can't even play a movie all the way through without putting a fucking ad in the middle. Dumb fucks. They come from the town of Bumfuke. Oh, hello. We're out of here. That suppressor was too loud. Get over the fence, dipshit. Depends where you watch movies. I have ad blocker on PC. Oh, I was about to... Hang on a second. No ads for YouTube. See, I don't have ad blocker on because I don't know if you know it is shiny, but YouTube do frown upon using ad blocker. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but yeah, they do frown on it. But I don't have it on only because I'm okay with watching a few ads with streamers and stuff like that because, you know, they put the content out. I'm willing to watch the ad. It's a small donation to their channel. So I'm okay with watching the ads on YouTube. Plus, YouTube are a bit of a dick when it comes to ad blockers. I know a few people that have been stung. It's not my story to tell, it's their story to tell, so I won't mention their names or anything, but they've had issues with having ad blocker and being threatened by YouTube. Take it down. Once YouTube figure it out. So just keep that in the back of your mind, mate. Don't worry about it right now, but as soon as they say something, just you'll figure out what you need to do then. But yeah, just keep that in the back of your mind. They might have a problem with it later on. Oh yeah, it's legal to have the thing, but it's whether YouTube want it being used. You see, YouTube don't want you using ad blocker. They don't want anybody using ad blocker because you watching the ad is how YouTube gets paid by the ad company. See, if I put ads on this is my fuck you to YouTube. See, if I put ads on my video, then I'll get a percentage of the ad revenue. YouTube gets a percentage. I make 55%, they make 45%. So if I make $1, I get 55 cents and YouTube get 45 cents. Well, I don't make $1 from ads, but I'm just saying I'm just giving a number, just an even number so then the math is easy to figure out for everybody else and all that. So YouTube are relying on you to watch that ad as well because you fucking pig. Oh, yeah, see, that's different. That's different. That's through YouTube itself. Because YouTube has said you're using the ad blocker that they provide. So they're okay with that because they provided that. So they're like, yeah, no worries, you can use that one. We know about that one. That's our one. You're okay to use that. So YouTube are okay with that because you're using their premium. So you're paying to be able to use premium. They're okay because they're like, it's okay, we're getting money from this guy. So he's okay. Well, he can use our ad blocker. But if you're using an ad blocker from outside source of YouTube, yeah, YouTube will frown on it. Yeah, yeah. So that's good. So YouTube are like, yeah, they're fine. They're getting money off you, so that's why they're okay with that. Which makes sense. I mean, that's how it should be. Shouldn't it? Yeah, that seems fair. You pay for premium, you don't get ads, and you don't get the ads, and YouTube are like, but it's okay, he's paying us. All the other streamers out there going, oh, we're missing out. Not me, because I don't put the ads on, so I never fucking say that. I don't give a shit. I'm protesting. Mine's a form of protest. You know, you got to pick your battles. And this is my battle. I'll pick this battle. It's a box of 22s. That would have been handy when I fucking shot that cunt in the back of the head and ended up wasting him with me 22. It's a very small oven. I mean, I will be able to gather what I need. Yeah. No, you're right. That is fair. That's 100% fair. You're paying YouTube, and YouTube are like, no, he's paying us to not actually have to watch the ads. He's using our ad blocker. So, no, you're 100% covered. You're good. But if you were on the other side, you know, if you were using a different one, then, of course, then YouTube could eventually go, hey, that's not our one. That's not the approved one. Can you please stop? Which I think it's a bit of a pain in the ass for people because I don't think it's fair that you can sign up for something to go, it's totally free. Okay, cool. But there's hidden charges if you want this benefit. It's like, so it's not all totally free then. I joined up thinking everything was free and it's not 100% free. Okay. Well, that sucks. You know what I mean? I am happy that I managed to kill that pig. And I am also happy that I got a couple of slabs of meat out of it. There we go. Hey, Silence, how you going, man? Major is live. Go have a check. How you been, Silence? What's the weather like in Canada for you, man? I don't fucking give a shit about recapping my fucking last fucking year. Sorry, I just went to go check Major's channel out and it came up that it started telling me about other shit. Like, would you like to see the recap of your last year on YouTube? No, thank you. I know what I watched. It was +7 today. Oh, fucking hell. Prometheus Silence is from the land of Canada. As you all might know, it's the place of tree juice and skatey punchy. Shout out to Silence for that. He showed me a fucking Canadian ad about an American ripping off the ID. And he's like, I'm a true Canadian. I play skatey punchy. It was fucking gold. It was a gold ad. Too hot for this time of year. No, I'd be thinking you'd be in the snow, wouldn't you? Shouldn't you be snowed in? And we ride a moose, yep. Yeah. Actually, Silence and Whiskey are the first two Canadians I met that didn't have the stereotypical... I was always under the impression that every Canadian is going to say a boot and a all the time, and no, they don't. And it was through speaking to Silence and Whiskey that I realised they don't say that. I wonder who's hearing a boot. I don't hear a boot. I hear about, just the same as I say it. I don't hear a difference. I don't get it. Yeah, like 3 feet deep. Yeah. Last time I was 3 feet deep, it cost me $100. Never mind. You doing much this year for Christmas, Silence? You going to catch up with some family members, friends, and all that sort of stuff, or are you going to have a quiet one? We already did our Christmas. Our grandkids already opened up all their presents. The kids got theirs and all that sort of stuff. Wayne Gretzky. Is he the hockey player? Look, I fucking sound like an idiot asking that question. I know. I sound like a complete fucking ignoramus asking that question. Like, hockey's the only thing they play in fucking... Oh, shit, he is? Shit, there I was thinking I was being ignorant by just going, you only think Canadians only play hockey. Skatey punchy. Sorry. Number 99. You mean 66. Remember, I'm down under, so it's upside down for me. No, I think you were right the first time, Shiny. There's no way that he has just been in a vagina. Or a beaver, sorry. He's never just in a beaver. I heard someone say there's someone that's... Keep forgetting you're just starting your day. Yeah, it's 9:57 a.m. Here's an interview. I'll paraphrase it. I think New York was getting lots of snow. This is a couple of years back, post Justin Bieber. There's so much snow, and the reporters asking people on the streets, what do they think of all the snow? And they asked this guy, what do you think of the snow at the moment? And he goes, oh, it kind of reminds me of Justin Bieber. And they're like, how so? And they're like, oh, it was cute at the beginning and it was fun, but it can fuck back off to Canada. I was like, holy shit, that is fucking gold. Sorry, Canada, but I mean, come on. You owned up for owning Justin Bieber. I mean, come on. I mean, hey, yeah, we're responsible for the Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife. This is a knife guy, okay? We've got our own issues. I know, can't point fingers. But I just thought, fuck it, hell. But don't worry, the world does not blame Canada. Blame Canada. No, it's Canada's one of the places on mine and Topeka's list of places we want to go to. We absolutely do want to go to Canada. It's one of those places we're like, yep, I want to go to Canada. Don't know why. Got no rhyme, no reason. Just want to go to Canada. Yeah. How does that go? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Crikey! Oh, South Park, they're the best at making jokes about countries, aren't they? They took the piss out of Canada. They're taking the piss out of Australia. I don't know how Canadians all feel about the way the the way they took that South Park took the piss out of them. Don't know how they feel about that, but we laugh here in Australia. They took the piss out of Steve Irwin. There was an episode of South Park. Satan's having his birthday party. He's dressed up as Britney Spears or some shit. And then all of a sudden, Steve Irwin turns up with a fucking stingray stuck to his chest. And they're like, hey, man, that guy was a national treasure. It's a bit of poor taste to be wearing that costume. And the guy goes, but I am Steve Irwin. I'm like, oh, we're going to have to ask you to leave. I was like, holy shit, that is awesome. That was fucking hilarious. Don't like the part two. TV series was good. There's a Wolf Creek TV series as well. It's on Stan. That was pretty good. It's got John Jarrett in it from the original movies. The first one was good. The second one was really, really good for gore. But the storyline, it was just stupid. I agree. It was totally stupid. It made no sense. It was fucking... The plot didn't drive well. It was just a complete mess of a story. But the gore was all right. I didn't mind the actual horror of it, so to speak. That was all good. I liked that bit. That was cool. Yeah. I think it's Bad Bloods. It might have been a show called Bad Bloods. It had the Canadian actor Kim Coates in it. He played, you might remember him, if you ever watched The Last Boy Scout, he gets his nose punched through his head, a medically impossibility, by the way, but he gets his nose punched into his head by Bruce Willis. You know, you never got a lad, and if you touch me again, I'm going to kill you. And then Kim Coates punched him in the face. He's like, 2 for 2, and then bang. Anyway, he's in this, I think it's Bad Bloods. It's got Anthony LaPaglia in it too. He's an Australian actor, and he plays a mob boss. And it's all talking about the mafia and all that sort of thing in Canada. And me and Topeka just looked at each other. We were watching this, and we looked at each other when it came up based on true events, and we're just looking at each other like, get fucked. I know. I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking, Shiny. Canada's got a mafia? And then, of course, all the jokes you can think of that a lot of them Canadians would probably think, all right, laugh it up. Yeah. But, like, jokes, man. There's just jokes galore that I could come up with. Honestly, I actually liked the fact that there was a killer going around in Canada that actually made it across the world. I loved it. Okay, not for the families. I don't think they feel the same as I did. I'm probably coming off really insensitive here. But I loved it because to me that was awesome. Because Canada's always been built up to me as a place of where... oh, this is Canada, and everybody here is so polite and friendly, no one's ever got a bad thing to say. And I always thought to myself, that's got to be bullshit. There's bad people all over the place. Why would this place be so special? And it was just so nice to see that, there is crime. There is stuff that happens. You're just like us. Okay, so it was like going to a magician, going to a magic show and accidentally walking in the wrong door and seeing how the magic trick is performed. It was kind of like that. It was like, you're just like us. You know, but it was also good. I liked that story. I think it was called Bad Bloods, but I liked that story, the whole play out, because the first season of it was actually going on about the character that Anthony LaPaglia played, and I can't remember the names of any of the key players in this, but it had all the news footage and newspaper articles flashing up as well, reminding everybody this was a true event. This was a true thing happening. There was a crime family, a mafia crime family in Canada. that were doing deals with Canadian bikers. Canadian bikers? I fucking didn't. As Silence said before, was like, no. If you had said to me, here's me and my Canadian Moose Club, yeah, okay, but bikers? Bikers. Like, brum, 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 bikers. Never had a clue. Didn't have a clue. No clue. I had no idea that Canada had mafia. I had no idea they had bikers. And that TV show actually sent me and Tofika looking down the rabbit hole of what other crime things happen in. And that's when we were like, okay, so what we were taught and what the stereotypes were told us was all completely wrong, because, look, they've even got maximum security prisons. You don't have maximum security prisons for your neighbour who cuts your lawn accidentally. That's for serious crimes. So, yeah, no, it was good. It was good to know that my ignorance could be fixed by a TV show that was based on true events, and it was interesting enough that it made me want to go and check it out to find out what the real story was, because TV shows are dramatised for entertainment purposes. So it was that, my ignorance of not knowing something and then discovering something and thinking, hang on a second, I've always been led to believe, let me go check this out for myself. Okay. So you're right there, Silence. Even though we know there's a lot of bullshit that's put into the TV shows and movies for entertainment purposes, a lot of them, if you watch a good enough movie and it's done right, it can inspire you to go and have a look for yourself to find out more information. And that's what that TV show did. We are too nice. Well, you guys are nice. You know, I think it's more of a case of, you know, you guys have the mentality of being nice until someone be's a dick to you. Where every other country's like, you can be nice or be a dick, depends on how you feel in the morning. But you guys come across more as I'm just going to be polite because it's easier to be polite and nice and not be a dick. But if someone be's a dick to you, you're quite happy to go, fuck you, dickhead. And I was like, hey, I can get behind that. I don't have a problem with that. Rocky and Bullwinkle wasn't helping there. No. But that wasn't made in Canada, though, was it? Was Rocky and Bullwinkle made in Canada? Or was it just because there was a moose and they made him have a Canadian, or what people think a Canadian accent is? I mean, I hear it all the time when people do Australian accents, and you hear it when, I don't know if outsiders outside of Australia notice when they can hear a bad Australian accent or not. A bad Australian accent will normally sound like this. It'll be right up here like this, and they'll make us sound like we talk like this. But that's not how we talk. That's how a New Zealander talks when he's got his balls caught in an elevator. Oh, mate. But we don't talk like that. But that's how they always make us talk in cartoons and shit. It's like... I'm not sure, Shiny. I'm not sure on that one. You know, so Silence, you've probably had people do this to you. You've probably had someone come up to you. Oh, you're Canadian, eh? How about a moose about the hoose? Right, all that sort of shit. Because I've heard people do that, like in movies and shit like that. Whenever someone's Canadian, they always go, they do that sort of thing. And I always thought to myself, what's that got to do with the price of eggs in China? What's that mean? There's a moose about the house. There's a moose about the house. What's wrong with that? I don't... And you hear when the Americans taking the piss out of the Canadian, he really emphasises and there's a moose about the house. He does that sort of shit, and you're like, that's a shitty fucking Canadian accent. I don't even buy that as a Canadian accent. I can hear your American coming through that. So it's like, you know. Not me personally, but most likely. Eventually. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if that what I'm saying, Shiny, is I'm not sure about that. I didn't, we looked into it to see that there was a mafia and that there was bikie groups. And then we were like, oh, okay, so this show's worth watching. And we went back to watching the show. We didn't go digging deeper to find out exactly what crimes they were in. And I can't remember if the TV show touched on that. But they did, the TV show did touch on the fact that mafia and bikies were doing deals with each other. There's a car in the middle of the road up there. Where are yous? All right, we're going to assume that car is probably a dud. Yeah, missing wheel, good. Okay, the reason why I did that is to make sure that the full one is on my belt. That's been hit with a purifier tablet. So that's good. Keep that heat pack on us. Drop that knife now. Gonna put that one in there like that. Yep. Okay. Oi, dick. Dick. Fucking nature. Fuck you. Pussy. Sorry, but that nature tried to fucking make me look like an idiot, like I couldn't climb. No, I like nature making me look like a fool. Already had that happen once. Stripped down naked, Topeka looked at me and laughed. I was like, what? She goes, I was like, that's how nature made me. She's like, nature's playing a cruel trick on you. I'm like, fuck you. Got beat up by a twig. Not the first time. I've been drunk before. I've had a couple of drinks before, and I've gone fishing with the mates and that, and I've been out camping. You have a couple of drinks and that. We put some marron nets down to go marroning, and I had a couple of drinks. I wasn't completely wasted or anything like that, because I had my son with me, so I couldn't get completely blotto. Got to be responsible. But I had a couple of drinks, and I'm trying to follow the people in front of me because they've walked off with the fucking torch. I'm pulling up the nets, and they're like, halfway from pulling up a net, they've gone with a torch. Well, let's go check the other net. It's like, do you think you might want to check the fucking, stay with the one net at a time first, guys? No, they walked off. So I put the fucking net back into the water and went, well, I got no torch, so I can't see what's fucking in it anyway, so thanks a lot, dickheads. And I start walking towards them, and I didn't see that the river actually bent. I started walking towards the light, and I stepped straight off the embankment, thump, straight into the river. Middle of the night, pitch black. All I see is this fucking light going off. I'm like, oh, you fucking assholes! You must be a walking idiot, and I know how to walk in the woods. Yeah, I don't know how to walk in the dark, dickheads. Jesus Christ. If you end up with friends like mine, shoot them and move on. Just fucking go to Craigslist and see if you can find friends like that. Friends there, if you get friends like mine. They're the type of people that are... It's like, this is stupid. It's like, why... I had a torch. I was the one going to check the nets. These two decided to follow me. I put the torch down for a second so I could grab the rope to pull this net. Oh, let's go check the other one. I was like, what are you doing? Those are the type of people that are the first to die in a zombie apocalypse. I'll be second, but only because I had lost all my shit to some dickhead. G'day, Twisty. How you going, mate? If your friends don't do that sort of shit to you, then congratulations. You have a better caliber of friends than I do. Congratulations. You must have done something good in your life to get some half-decent friends that don't make your fucking life harder. It sucked balls, man, because I didn't have any dry clothes. I had to fucking... I dry it off in a fucking by the fire, which didn't take too long. It wasn't too hard, but it was just annoying. It's always annoying when you don't have to do something, and then all of a sudden someone makes a decision that makes it then you have to do something. I don't mind having to do something because it needs to be done. I don't like having to do something because someone goes, I just caused a problem, fix it. No. Why not? Problem, broken, fix. Fuck you. Don't you fuck me. I fuck you. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Why didn't you fucking offer that in the first place? Would have fixed it straight away. Not really. Oh, why is it every time I hear a zombie, I go to turn around and get over a fence, it goes, yeah. And then I go to jump again, and it goes, yeah, all right, why don't you just do that the first time? It's like, I tried, fucking idiot. Jump in the air, you didn't grab the fence and lean over it, you prick. This is one of the bugs this game has. It's like, you turn around and look at a fence, don't try hitting X straight away, but 50-50 if it works. Turn around, look at a fence, stop, and then hit X. If you're still in that moving, it'll go, nah, I don't feel like it. Okay, so this is what we can do. Now, we can go like this. We can empty this, because we know this one isn't sterilised. Oh, I got to fix these boots. Drink, my precious. Not too bad, just doing some gaming. Awesome. Australia, like Florida, there's always something in any body of water. Part of me wants to say to Shiny, fuck you for comparing us to Florida! And then there's a bigger part of me that's like, he's right. There's a big part of me to go, and he's fucking 100% right. There's something in every body of water. Not that I have a problem with people from Florida. Just want to point that out. I don't. It's the 22nd today. What's that? Only like 3 days till Christmas, 2 days to Christmas Eve. Oh, hello. How's this baseball bat? That baseball bat is pristine. Oh, it looks way better than mine. Mine is damaged. Well, when in doubt. The other one is the same shit. Oh, you mean the fish of every man's nightmare? Yeah, no, I don't know what you're talking about, Shiny. Try not to think about that fish. That's not one fish that's a fish that you want more than just a coat hanger to smack. Let's just be honest. Fucking taser, bazooka. Fuck that fish. That's why I don't believe in God, because if he made that on purpose. Why? Why? Why do you go sex is so important, making babies is so important, but I also invented a fish that'll swim up your pee hole and make it so your dick don't work? Why? That's not the fucking workings of a smart, intelligent God. That's the workings of a fucking mentally retarded fucking dipshit who just got a Professor Proton fucking lab kit. I don't know, Bill Nye Science Guy, whatever fucking lab kit you want to fucking go by. So I was watching Young Sheldon the other day. Professor Proton's big in it, so this is weird. I don't offend a fucking fish that does that. Well, where was evolution? Like evolution. Can you imagine the conversation that God had with that fish? All right, Johnny the fish. Yes, sir. You're going to live in the Amazon. Oh yeah. All right. Big anacondas in there. Oh, that's all right. I'm a little fish. They won't eat me, will they? No, they're not interested in eating you. Sweet. What else is in there? Well, there's caimans, crocodiles, alligators, all that sort of stuff. Ah, okay. There's even freshwater stingray. Really? Stingray? Wow, I never thought there'd be stingrays in fresh water, but all right, cool. They're not after me? No, not really after you. So what do? You swim up a man's cock and get lodged. Sorry, what? Your job, fish, is to swim down a man's pee hole and lodge yourself in there and not move out. But I get ladies ever... No, only men. Wait, what? What? Yeah. Well, we only tell the story about it happening to men. We never tell the story about it can happen to women too. But we only tell the story about it happening to men. Because you're a long fish. And it's funny to imagine you living inside a penis. God, are you saying I'm a fish that looks like a dick? I'm not trying to. Just wondered how that conversation went down. That's why I feel like there might be some errors in some of the religion doctrines out there. There might be a couple of... I don't think that worked out that way. I have zigzagged all over this map. We've stayed alive. I thought I was going to have to top myself off a couple of times. Look at a snowflake. See snowflakes? Snowflakes are coming in. We're going to have snow in here soon. This will be the first time I've actually ever got to play some DayZ with some snow. Yeah, all water life. It's hard to not believe there might be aliens out there when you see things like, I don't know, fish and some of the other types of animals that there are out there in the water. You see it and you just think to yourself, these guys are serious. These look like aliens as much as anything else. A fish looks more like an alien, I reckon, than E.T. E.T.'s bipedal. Stands up, has a chest, shoulders, all that sort of stuff. You look at a fish or an octopus, it doesn't look like the same as a human. But then you look at it and you go, oh, it's got bones, it has bladder, it has heart, it has blood, it has brain, it has all the same sort of things as a human, eyeballs. They all pretty much work relatively the same. Digestive pretty much works the same way. Give or take. It's not spot on. Eat food, goes in one end, comes out the other. Then I've heard there's animals that don't even have a brain. I just think that's a scientist picking on them. I think that's a zoologist that's picking on them. Just going, this animal's stupid, doesn't have a brain. That's what I think. I don't know. I've never done a study on it. I've never opened them all up. Good man. Good man, Shiny. That's what you're supposed to do. Do you know the blood from the horseshoe crab is one of the most expensive liquids on Earth? One of the most expensive liquids on Earth. It is used to make insulin for diabetics. But yes, horseshoe crabs are like living fossils. You know, if you ever see one flipped over or washed up, if you can return it, yeah. Yeah, their blood is so expensive. It's like, don't quote me on how much, but I think it's like a couple of fucking $100 for like an ounce of it. 1 fluid ounce. You know, like 500 mils or some shit like that. Something like that. I think it's like a couple of $100, if not more. It's one of the most expensive liquids. And one of the most expensive liquids is like venoms from scorpions and spiders because they're not easy to milk. I don't know why they're expensive and why someone's needing it. No one's ever ran that past me. No, it does me nothing. Oh, hello. Backpack. Orange. No, thank you. I'm sick and tired of standing out looking bright as fuck. Is that a thermometer? Medical thermometer. No, thank you. That looks like a rectal one. That's the one thing you won't find me picking up in an apocalypse. Thermometer. I'll pick up an electric thermometer, but I'm not picking up one of those ones that needs to go in, like, your mouth. No, thank you. If it's one of those thermometers that can go under your armpits or checks your ears or something like that, yeah, all right. But if it's one that's got to go in your mouth, no thank you. I don't know if someone stuck it up their ass already. Oh, just to be clear too, everybody out there, you can't just go catching horseshoe crabs, cutting them open, draining their blood out of it, and then taking it to a place going, and then start shopping around to see who's going to give you the best deals. Not quite how it works. You know, no one's going to buy your fucking horseshoe crab blood off you. You can't just go starting to collect it and all that sort of stuff. But if you own a part of beach and you have horseshoe crabs coming in all the time, you could do a deal with one of the corporations or one of the pharmaceutical companies out there to be able to allow them to come and collect it. Collect the horseshoe crabs. And if I was going to do that, I would ask them, how much are you going to give me? And when they say, we're going to give you this much money, I'm going to say, I'll take half of that on one condition. You bring back one for every one you take. And it's got to be alive. Or else, fuck off, get your own beach with horseshoe crabs. You can eat them. You can eat them. I'm not interested in eating a horseshoe crab. Don't look like there's very much on them. Same with isopods. Like roly-poly bugs that are in the water. Same as them. I'm not interested in eating one of them. And they actually look like they got some meat on them. Hi guys. So come to the window and I'll serve you. New leather sewing kit. Let's just lay down here. We want those guys to go away, so let's just... Definitely wasn't their prison wallet. There goes my 2024 job prosperity. The shiny horseshoe crab hunter. I mean, look, you know, I'm sure there's a market for it. I'm sure there's a market for it. I don't think they're like protected or anything like that. I think they are okay to catch and eat. Possibly. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure. Probably some places around the world where it's not frowned upon. $15,000 a quart. There you go, quart litre. So 250 mils for 15 grand. So we're looking at $60,000 a litre. That's $60,000 a litre. But impossible to verify. So we could say that's probably, let's say 20 grand less. Let's say that's an overestimation of 20 grand or an underestimation of 20 grand, and we're probably closer to the proper thing. I've heard different. Yeah, I've heard pretty much close to that type of value. It's in the thousands. I'm pretty sure it's expensive. It can be really expensive. I think it's used for insulin. I'm not sure if it's used for anything else. That I'm not sure of. Okay, we're going to watch the sun. And we're going to have a listen out. Because the zombies arc up and start running around going, ah, 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 it tells anybody else that's around here that sees those zombies moving like that they've been hyped up by something. They've been excited by something. I'm the person that's excited them. So what I want to try and do is make them go back to normal, to a static condition. So then they don't look like they've been excited. That'll give me the best option to be able to get out and move on to the next location without being a target. Because I don't want people looking for me. But that's another thing too. Through education, we can understand certain animals have the ability to heal us. I believe was it salmon skin? I watched a documentary and I never got to follow it up to find out how much truth was in it and all that sort of stuff. I never got to do all that. I probably will after this stream look into it a bit more, but I do remember reading up or watching something. I think I read up on it and I had some images that went with it. But you could use fish skin for healing. And I can't remember if it was for like skin grafts or if it was something else. But there was a certain fish you could use or a certain part of the body it can be used on. I can't remember. Now, just out of curiosity, like, here's the thing. Here's what I like about the human brain and education and knowledge. Someone out there went, I'm going to check to see if this blood can help. Who comes up with that idea? Of all the animals in the world, how'd they find out that the horseshoe crab was the one? Who was the guy that said this stuff here might be able to help diabetes? Diabetic people might be better off if they have this. Who? How? What was going through that person's mind that made them think that? I want to have a beer with that person. I want to ask them, how'd you come up with that? What was going through your mind? What was the thing that, that made you think this is a viable option? Apparently, from what I understand, it seems like the best option diabetics have at the moment. And I'm not sure if all diabetic insulin is made from this horseshoe crab blood. I'm not sure if that's all across the world. I don't know. And then you got places like America that banned Vegemite. There was a couple of states that actually banned the sale of Vegemite. They said it was unsafe for pregnant women. And it was like stupid. There was no scientific. It got banned. There was we made a big joke about it. Our news stations made a big joke about it. Because America was banning it, and we were like, they're banning Vegemite, and they're like, they were saying, oh yes, we believe that it's bad towards, and we were making fun, like saying, have you got any evidence to support this? Well, we found a trace chemical that's in that, and we think that in large numbers is bad. Is it in large numbers in the Vegemite? No, but it's there. It's like, okay, how many tubs of Vegemite would they need to eat for it to be lethal? About 40 in a day. Okay, if anybody's ever tasted Vegemite, even Australians, there's no Australian that would go through 40 tubs of Vegemite in a day. Not happening. No fucking way. It's salty, for starters. But it's like, oh no, our science says that it's the trace elements in there. Yeah? Well, how about looking at a whole country that's been eating it for over 100 years? Have they not been able to have babies successfully? Well, no, you have babies all right. In fact, you guys lead certain things when it comes to medical things towards babies. Or what has Australia done medically? I don't know. Cochlear implant? The ear implant? That's Australian made. Fake skin for burn victims. Spray on fake skin for burn victims. Fiona Woods. She's an Australian doctor. She came up with that. She won the Australian of the Year award too for that because she came up with that after the Bali bombings to help the people. But no, we're not having babies drop dead and parents and mothers dropping dead just because they're fucking eating Vegemite. We've got plenty of statistics to show that ain't happening. But yeah, these couple of states banned it. I don't know why. Omega-3 oils from salmon skin. Yeah, and they're good for the brain, lubricating the brain. Where airplane, you say the story, and it reminds me of this tragedy. Where airplanes full of scientists of AIDS research was blowing up in the sky. Wonder which one of them had the cure for AIDS and never gotten to use it. Like the person who discovered that about horseshoe crabs was able to share that knowledge. Well, yeah, I mean, they're advertising all the different updates that we ever had. Well, yeah, you're right. Was there the cure on there? Did he find the cure? I mean, we found the cure. We found one cure for AIDS. I mean, one cure for cancer. AIDS. Apparently, now, what I'm about to say seems controversial, and it is, and I don't know all the science behind it, and I don't know if the experiment is still going on, but there was a proposal to see if the AIDS virus could attack cancer cells. And from what I remember, it can, but then you have the ethical problem of AIDS. You'd have to infect someone with AIDS to fight the cure, and then the question becomes, is it ethically right to give someone a disease to fight a different disease, knowing they still have a death sentence? And like right now, your cancer can't spread to another human being, but if we give you AIDS to fight your cancer, your AIDS can spread to another human being. So I guess they would have to be able to invent this as an injection to have AIDS in it that is inert, just like any antivirus or any vaccine, to have some of it inert and then not affect any of the body except for the cancer cells. And I don't know how the science works on getting that to work, and I don't know if that's possible or anything like that, and I really don't know how far into the experiment they've gone. This is a few years ago I read up on this. I go down the rabbit holes, guys. I read up on stuff, and I don't call it research because most of the time I'll read up on a couple of things and I'll go, wow, that's interesting, and then I don't follow up on any more stuff. So I don't like study it and do full research on it. And I was like, just, wow, that's a cool concept. Imagine that. Imagine if AIDS did do it. You know, AIDS kills off everything else in your body. Why not cancer? But then you're stuck with AIDS. Are you a winner and a loser in that situation? So I know there'd be definitely some ethical thingies for it. G'day, nobody. How you going, mate? There would definitely be some ethical issues, but I do remember reading up on that. You know what? It was probably a plot for a story, for a TV show. Forget what I said. It was probably a plot. I'm probably remembering it wrong. I vaguely remember it. I'm sure I read up on it. I'm sure it was like a medical thing I was reading. When your nan dies of cancer and your grandson gets cancer, you read up on cancer. You start reading up on things, you know, what's the new best thing they're looking at to try and fight that evil illness, you know. Before anybody asks, nan passed of cancer, grandson survived. Before anybody asks. Nan was 73 years old when she passed, bowel cancer. Get yourselves checked, guys. You never know. Cancer screenings are a good thing. You ever get offered the chance by your doctor to do a cancer screening? May I suggest you take the opportunity? Any chance you can get ahead of it? Fucking better chance you have. Yeah, my mum beat cancer twice, so yeah, I know a bit myself. Yeah, you know what I mean, you know, you get someone in the family with cancer, you start looking up, not because you're like thinking you're going to solve it yourself. I'll fix them, I'll look it up, not that reason, but you want to try and find out where that money's going, because, you know, we've all been spending money in the cancer research, and when someone gets cancer, we're like, hang on a second, I've got a family member with cancer, I've been spending all this money, what research have you guys been doing, really? And you start looking it up, and you realise they do a lot of research, and it's just not one of those things that's easy to beat, unfortunately. It's a cunt. Cancer's a cunt, and cancer has no friends. Fuck cancer. Oh, cheers for the dono there, Silas. Honestly, mate, you didn't have to do that. I just appreciate you coming through and having a chat, bit of banter with us, man. Prometheus is viewing all the way from Canada. He's one of the first Canadians I met while doing YouTube. He's funny. He's hilarious. And Silence is also a good sport. He can take a joke as well. He likes to laugh. He likes to laugh. He likes to make you laugh. Enjoys his video games. Not a bad drawer too. He's done a few drawings before. They've been all right. If I was to say one negative thing about Silence, is he sucks because he gets to play in the snow, and I hate him because he gets to play in the snow. No, I'm just kidding. he can throw a snowball at his neighbours and go, morning. I got to look around on the fucking front yard for a dog landmine throwing at my neighbour. Morning. Every now and then he'll share a photo of himself like hiking out somewhere. It was one photo he sent, he was hiking out, he's on top of this mountain thing. And I was just thinking, you bastard, look at the view you got. That's fucking awesome, man. And he had an RC car, and he took this photo of his RC car, remote control car, right? Took a photo of it, and he showed it to me. He goes, that's my car. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's all right. About 30 minutes later into the conversation, when he said about it being a remote control car, I was like, it's a remote control? I fucking thought it was a real... He took the photo so well that I didn't even realise it was a remote control car. I don't know if he did that on purpose or whether he's just good at photography or what, but yeah, fucking made me look like an idiot. Well, Canada's like Australians' cousins. Like Canada and Australia, we're like cousins. You know. And the people from the UK, they're like our cousins as well. But we kind of feel like we were the cousins that were invited to the birthday party, but we got a little bit too drunk and they said, fuck off to that island and don't come back. And we're like, yeah, fair enough. So we went here and went, yeah, all right. All 3 feet of snow. Yeah, he's got 3 feet of snow around him. Have they turned the wolves off or something? I should have encountered wolves by now. We'll have to get to a house soon and pull up for the night. I see a half moon rising. See? Half a moon. Do 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 do. Hallelujah. Thank you. This is what I've been looking for the whole fucking game. Don't you eat that yellow snow, watch out where the huskies go. Okay, so we've got Northwest Airfields that way. We've got Tizzy Air Base, or Tizzy Base up there, Army Base up that way. We've got the other one miles that way. We're not going that way. Okay, let's see if we can get it to the... I need to find shelter. I've got good water, I've got good food. Got a few weapons, we're good at the moment. I already took one person out today. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's one of the things I've actually never really been to. I've only ever been to one comedy show. Oh, you didn't say comedy, did you? Oh, you said concert. Concerts, been to plenty of them. Comedy shows, only one. Rodney Rude. Nah. Side note, is Rodney Rude still kicking? Pretty sure he's still alive. Like on a date? Ah. No. Any dates I do have to do with my wife. It's the only date I'm interested in. Think about it. I'm going to need to grab a coffee in a minute. So how's the day treating you, nobody? Yeah, my iPad, we got 4 iPads in the house, right? Check this out. Out of our 4 iPads, and they're all the same brand and everything, out of 4 of them, only one of them would actually bring up your join button to join your membership on your channel. Only one. And Topeka was able to join from hers, and then she had to load up the fucking laptop and then log me in on the laptop so then I could join up. But yeah, so not all, unfortunately, not all applications or apps and that around there on devices are going to show it. That's a Tundra. I like Tundras. And this is normally where I'd go to find a Tundra. And I found a Tundra. But I don't have any 308 ammo for it. Elk up in the distance. Oh, major entity stream. Hey, what? DJ's live as well? All right, DJ's live. That's odd. Mm.
Membership is now available. Go grab yourself a likable badge and pin emoji. Good night, Sandy.
I'm just going to look at the chat now. What are you doing, Toppy? Basketballs and WA. You good?
Sandy URL. DayZ, just got you in background VM streaming.
You stream as well, are you?
Yes.
Okay. See if I can find his link.
Okay, so this is why I used to have 3 screens, because the third screen was to put somebody's stream up or video while I have the video, like my stream going on this screen, and obviously I use the TV to play this game, but that screen died.
There you go, everybody. That's DJ's link in the chat there if anybody wants to go over. He's playing the Fallout 4. That's what it says. Recycling would have avoided all of this. Fallout 4. Not sure what it is happening because I only just came into it myself. If anybody wants to go over there, say g'day, slap him in the yard, give him a dick slap. Hey mate, how you going? Maybe refrain from giving him a dick slap.
I think that's why the game was
Some people okay with it. Some people not so much. Me, I'm on the not so much camp of being slapped in the dick. I'd rather not. Ooh. Oh. See, this is also a good gun. Looks like our shelter's going to be a hot hide for the night, or a deer stand. Oh, watching him is ready as well. Yeah. Yeah, DJ's cool. Oh, these are perfect. Mine perfect? Mine are not perfect. There they are now. Oh, you idiot. Why would you throw it into there to make a sound, you dum-dum? Stupid game. Yeah, I'm blaming the game. It's not my fault. It's the game's fault. He's a good lad. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's almost as old as fucking dust, but he's a good lad. If he was a wine, he'd be dusty. Alright, let's just put that there like that so we can see something. Starting to get dark. I have a headlamp, but if I turn my headlamp on, that tells everybody where I am. If I tell everybody where I am, then all of a sudden I get issues. You know, if I show everybody Hey, this is where my head is. It's where the light's coming from.
Hang on, I'm just going to pass the water. Hang on.
Then you can all only imagine what happens.
Yeah, but I activated that. That's the point.
Oh, I had a challenge for you, nobody. I had a challenge for you. If you're interested. It's not really much of a challenge, but yeah, it's an idea I had. I said to Topeka, I said, I'm going to run it past you to see what you think. And I also told Topeka, I'll even pay for you to do this challenge. I'll even pay for everything needed for this challenge to be done. There's another house up the road. I wouldn't mind getting to that one first. No. Pricks always set up bear traps. I ain't falling for that shit again. Let's go up through here and go up through the actual... Oh, no, because they got night vision. Damn it! Let's go this way and follow it that way. We'll eventually get there. Yeah, I wanted to pay for you to do some shopping at Coles, but give you a budget and see if you can make a decent meal for 4 people. Of course, you know, out of $10. Remember that fucking dickhead Curtis Stone going around saying for $10 you can feed a family of 4 at Coles? And I always just think, bullshit. You're a chef. Can you make $10 from Coles work for a family of 4? But you're not allowed to use any ingredients you already have inside your kitchen. None of the staples. Because that's technically, you'd have to buy that stuff if you don't have it. So that's my idea. I'll send you the money. You can go out there and... Is it possible? Is it possible in this day and age to use $10 to get everything you need from Coles to make a decent meal that'll feed 4 people? I don't care whether you succeed or not. I'm more interested in, is it possible? I look at things and I look at ingredients and go, okay, I see 1 or 2 uses out of it, but you're a chef. You've got a brain that might look at an ingredient and go, I can do 4 different things with that thing and make it all completely different. So I can get 4 different things out of that. I can do that. I can use that. So, yeah, it was just an idea I had. I was sitting there yesterday and I was talking to Topeka and I was like, I want to see if we can do that. Because for some reason we were remembering that. Remember when that Curtis Stone come out with these ads around Christmas time for $10 you can feed your family, a family of 4, a decent Christmas dinner? And I was thinking, bullshit. There's no way. 4 people on $10 for Christmas? That was the old ad. I haven't seen the ads pop up. I don't think they're still doing it, but yeah. I'll even permit you to use pantry staples, you know, like flours, corn starches and all that, and spices and that. I'll allow you to use all that sort of stuff. Let's assume everybody has that basic stuff in their house. Plain flour, self-raising flour, whatever is best. Let's assume everybody's got that. I could cheat and buy 4 packets of 2-minute noodles. You could, and then with your other $6 left, you could buy some garnishes that look good, like a couple of eggs, fry them and put... Yeah, you could. But let's stick to seasonal and see if you can make... Let's say All right, let's say I'll change it up a little bit. Instead of feed 4 people, let's say you're a man, you've got a girlfriend, you got Christmas coming up, she's coming over, and you want to impress her, but you only got $10. You've only got $10 left because you spent so much on a gift. You got $10. You got to make a nice Christmas meal for you and your missus. Can you do that at Coles? That's the important thing. It has to be at Coles. That's the only conditions that I really have is $10 at Coles. That's basically the 2 conditions. But yeah, I mean, do you think it's like, and I'm not even going to say, and it has to have a dessert. Like, that'd be just, I think that would be extremely difficult. I'm not a chef, so I'm thinking of the side of me not being a chef. I don't know how I would do that. But there is probably, nobody's probably got a couple of ideas where he could probably almost get a 3-course meal that is good for 2 people out of $10. He probably could. It's about smart buying. And a lot of humans, a lot of us out there, we waste a lot of food because we don't know how to smart buy. We don't all know how to smart buy this animal whole because you can use the other parts of it for stock. Not a lot of us know that. And so I was thinking it'd make a cool little video. Yeah, man, hang on a second. I'll be back in a minute, everyone. Your PayPal link's in your description, yeah? Yeah, Topeka's sorting that out now. She's sending $10 over to your PayPal, so then the challenge is all paid for. No worries, man. And hey, man, it might even fester some ideas from the other people in your channel. They might even come up with some ideas as well. But I'm a foodie type person and I love me food and I like convenient, easy ways to be able to make a good meal. I like cheap. Cheap's always good. I like sustainability and I always like picking people's brains that have more information and knowledge about that field than mine and then learning from it. And if I can learn something from it or if someone else can learn something from it and it helps them, you know, there are people out there living on budgets, and sometimes people living on budgets don't feel like they can or deserve something nice. And I like the idea that, no, you can. Just need someone to figure out that formula, someone that can help you, guide you through being able to stretch your dollar a little bit further for a little bit more fancier experience. And who else better than someone that's a chef? Well, you see, you're an interesting bloke gaming, but when you said you were a chef, it was like, aha, there, he's got some information. I might want to try and, there might be some information there that might be useful for me. I'm not single. I've got a wife, but, I piss her off enough that I could end up single. So, I've got to be careful. I've got to stay in this house until night time has passed. All right. Do you have a PayPal thingy there? Nobody? No PayPal. Should be a link on my channel. No PayPal should be a link on my channel. Have a look there, Topeka. Depends what device she's looking on too. Channel. Should be in the About section, Topeka. New merch. Donations welcome. Streamlabs.com. Links. Streamlabs, Twitter, Discord, Patreon, merch. No, I'm not seeing anything in there. Huh. Go to one of your last streams, okay? The first one being promoted is Destiny 2, 4 years ago. No, let's go latest. Come on, work with me here. Oh, excuse me. No, it's not in there. At least not anything I'm seeing. Huh. Okay, Topeka, Streamlabs one. I hadn't used the Streamlabs one before. Normally I just look for PayPal. That helps. Okay, let's eat something because we need our character to eat something. I'm sure she'll figure it out. Topeka's smart. Me, I'm not smart. I just lift heavy stuff. Yeah, we'll figure it out. What are you doing later on today? More Diablo? Remember you talking the other day, it might have been yesterday you were talking about it, or the other day when you were talking about it, that you don't like doing the same build setups as everybody else, that you like experimenting. And I thought to myself, that's exactly how I am with most of my games. I don't mind looking at some of the setups people have and loadouts people have for certain characters on certain games to give me an idea of how to use my loadout properly, but I don't like following them verbatim. I don't like going every single fucking thing exactly the same. To me, it's like, nah, if I'm doing exactly the same as everybody else, then, you know, I already kind of know the outcome. I like that. I like having to change on the fly or making a mistake and going, nope, that don't work.
I'm starting to tire of this repetitive bullshit. I'm guessing the fact that
Bloody raining again.
there's going to be a
I do wish that I had found one of the red head torches. I should have checked those other ones I found, because the red ones don't give a big glow. You can use it during the night time, and it's very hard to see it from a distance. I could possibly do the same thing with the red glow stick. That's damaged, isn't it? That's pristine. Is that one damaged then? Yep. Yeah, same. I like to research ideas and then play around with them till I find something different. Yeah, I mean, 9 times out of 10, whenever I look at someone's loadout for a game, like I looked at a couple of videos when I first started playing DayZ, and I looked at what people were going, this is the best gun and all that sort of stuff. And I'd go around and get it, and it wasn't the best gun for me. So it was like, well, okay, what someone thinks is good for them doesn't necessarily apply everywhere else. So I was like, meh, I might as well just look at what people regularly get and then use that to my advantage somehow. And how can I use it to my advantage? And the only way I could think of was, well, everybody likes to get the deagles. All right, so I'll collect all the ammo from that. If I see it, people like getting shotguns and Vegas because they have a 20-stack mag. Yeah, no, I'll keep all the shotgun ammo, thank you. You ain't having that. People like getting fucking Tundras and things that fire 308s because they're nice, powerful rounds. Nah, I'm picking all that up. You ain't getting that. So what I do is I move all the shit so that they can't have it. Ain't I a prick? Look how dark it is, man. I can't even see 3 feet in front of me. Holy shit. Someone in DJ's chat just said that they just got off the shower, and I was thinking, single lady, eh? That was the first thing they went, because they didn't say got out of the shower, they said got off the shower, and I was thinking, pulsating shower head, huh? I don't know why that was the first thing that went through my fucking mind. Oh, see, I started down here, and now I went from there. I went all the way over here, and I followed that river all the way up along there until I got to this lakey thing where it says Meta Yanapa, or whatever, where a little thingy there in the centre, where a little yellow road cross knife and fork. I went there, collected all the stuff from there. Then I came all the way back down through to the river, down to here, and I cut all the way across here and cut across all the way across this fucking map, all the way over to over here. And then I went all the way along and now I am, where am I? Where am I? There's a train station. There's the military bases on its way up there. Military bases in here, but we don't mention it. Shh. And I'm about here. I'm about somewhere in here. Probably about here.
Hey, Kayla, I was going to ask you a question. Is Kayla your real name? Or is that
Yeah, I'm in this square here in the centre. Those houses there. In 43 043 by 024 25 043 by 025.
one that says Kayla? Their actual full name is Michaela, which I believe is a name from Eastern Europe. Correct? I can't remember.
Or it would be considered more 0402. Babanarbo. Babanarbobo. Now, I got no idea how to. I got no idea how to fucking pronounce this shit.
Right, so I'm going to discover a new place because that place is not marked.
Yeah, they do. They get stuck on what everybody else is doing. That's why I play DayZ. I'm a very different DayZ player to a lot of the other DayZ players you will see out there. A lot of the other DayZ players you will see hear a gunshot and then start rushing over to wherever that gunshot was because they want to push the battle. And it's like, no. I'll take my opportunities. I already killed someone today, like in my stream. They were standing there in the middle of the road looking at a sign trying to figure out where they were going. I just walked up behind us, went pop, back of the head, took their stuff.
It's true. There's a lot of weird stuff that was weird.
Hopefully I did it right. There you go, nobody. You should get a notification whenever you get a notification, mate. It's funny you should mention it that way too, nobody. I started my stream with today's topic being about education. And I started it by talking about art degrees, how people will go to an art school to learn about how to do art by people that never went to art school. We're going to teach you how to do art like Van Gogh. Did he go to art school? No. Why do I need to go to art school? And because we want to teach you how to do the exact same as him. Then I lose my individuality. I lose my style. You see? And that's the same sort of thing. If you do everything everybody else does, you don't have a style of your own. You've got everybody else's style. That's not your style. That's their style. I like the fact that you're willing to go, nah, throw error to the wind and go, fuck it, let's try this. If it doesn't work, you can always backtrack and go, well, let's just fix that, ditch that, drop that, add that, upgrade that, sell that, decrease that, and put that in a jar of vinegar in the dark and wait till it ferments. I'm going to wait till daytime rises, then I'm going to go find somewhere nice to go sit, and I'm going to log out because I'm almost 4 hours into this. You know what? I just realised when I spawned in before, I spawned in wet because I was wet. I'm not going to get wet again.
That's the thing with the miniguns. Like the bullets are small.
No worries, man. Challenge is on. Sweet! In your own time, mate. And of course, take advantage of the specials because that's the key, isn't it? Sometimes you have to, sometimes you're not. able to. You have to pay full price for certain things, but I'm going to leave it up to him. This is all up to nobody now. This is completely whatever he comes up with. I'm not influencing at all. I've got no say in it. I want no say in it. I want to know what he comes up with. I don't want to know until I see it. I'm going to leave it with him, and I'm sure he'll come up with something. Now, here's another thing I've got a question about Diablo, and you may have mentioned this and I've just missed it or not paid attention because I was busy doing something else. When you work on a character and get items for a character, are you by chance allowed to drop those items for other friends that play with you in co-op? Or can you transfer some of those items to another character? Or is it set just like whatever you unlock for that character, that's set for that character, no choice? That's that character, belongs to that character forever. I mean, I could see people taking advantage. If you could drop items for other people, I could see people taking advantage. But I'm not sure if it's that kind of build either, is it? I get very confused with Diablo because it is a very fast-paced game, and you know, when there's nothing happening, it's like this game here. When there's nothing happening, there's nothing happening. Not much you can do, and depending on what screens everybody's looking at, what size screen. For me, I'm looking at a large TV, so I can read everything clearly. But once you start breaking it down to a mobile phone or an iPad or something, everything's a bit harder for me to read. So I can't always read every single little square that pops up and know exactly what every single thing is you're touching. But so I don't get to read all the details as clearly as nobody gets to read them. I suppose I can always just go back and watch it on a bigger screen. Obviously, this is not nobody's fault. This is not anything. That sounded so weird. This is not nobody's fault. Sounded like I don't know how to speak English. Sounds so wrong. It was a double negative. It's not nobody's fault. That's a double negative. I didn't even mean to do a number. I didn't even realise his name forces me to do double negatives. But my English teacher be rolling in her fucking grave. Good. She's a cunt anyway. No worries, mate. I'm about to end in a minute anyway, nobody, so you don't have to worry about doing that. Cheers anyway. Yeah, I'm going to end now. We're starting to get daylight. So I'm about to end. I'm going to jump out of here. I'm going to do my shout-outs. Now you're seeing how my name works. I know, it's fucking, it only just dawned on me right there. It really fucked the mind up there for a second. I was like stuck in a little loop. It's like, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right. It's like, no. Anyway, big shout out to nobody. Anytime on that challenge, mate. You take your time. I'll leave it with you. I won't rush you. Big shout out to nobody. Big shout out to Prometheus Silence for the dono and for stopping in. Shiny, big shout out to you, buddy. Always comes through. Twisted, I can't see the top of my chat, so let me try and remember off the top of my head who came through. We had Major come through. Shout out to Major. Little Ears, Dino. Shit. I can't see the top of my chat for some reason. Yeah, it goes up to Twisted. Not too bad, just some gaming. That's the first message I see at the top of my chat. Anyway, big shout out to everybody that was watching. Big shout out to Topeka. And everybody else that came through lurking. If I didn't mention your name, I do apologise. I can't remember everybody that came through. But yeah, big shout out to everybody that was lurking, watching, and chatting in the chat there and putting up with my dumb ass for the last 4 and a bit hours. Big shout out to you all, and I'll catch us all later on. I'm out. I'm a dot and dust. See ya.